Each member of council must vote unless there is a direct conflict. We do allow and we welcome speakers to address council at the public forum meeting. Council respects the right for the public to speak about matters of concern that can be addressed by council. Each speaker will be allotted 3 minutes. Comments that seem to be intended to incite unlawful behavior will be deemed to be out of order. Zoom participants are required to mute their microphone until called upon to speak. The city of Greensboro is committed to promoting an environment that is free of discrimination, bias, and bullying. Thus, harassment, words, jokes, or actions or comments based on an individual's sex, sexual orientation, race, ethnic background, age, religion, physical condition, or other legally protected characteristic will not be tolerated. We do have a consent agenda for items G1 through G6. They are a grouping of agenda items that are voted on with one single vote to expedite what are believed to be routine and non-controversial items. Any council member may withdraw an item from the consent agenda for the purpose of voting no. Items removed from the consent agenda for discussion will be placed on the October 18th City Council business agenda. This meeting does include closed captioning. Depending on the length of tonight's meeting, we may take a short recess around 7:30. Now is the time for ceremonial and presentation items. Item E1 is a resolution recognizing October as Domestic Violence Awareness Month. Mr. Buzawader, and I do know that we have some members from our Family Justice Center here with us.
Yes, and if they would come forward while I'm reading the resolution. Thank you, Madam Mayor. During National Domestic Violence Awareness Month, we reaffirm our dedication to creating a culture of safety and hope in our community where no one suffers the hurt and hardship caused by domestic violence. We recommit to doing everything in our power to uphold the basic human right to live free from violence and abuse, and recognize our shared responsibility in ending this pervasive problem. Whereas domestic violence impacts women, men, and children of every age, background, and belief, and is rooted in a pattern of power and control, whereas physical marks and scars are often the most obvious signs of harm. However, the extent of the pain goes much deeper and can impact one's mental, physical, and financial health. Whereas the COVID-19 pandemic intensified the pressures that couples and families experienced, and the need for full community engagement to support those who are hurting and being hurt is paramount. Whereas the Guilford County Family Justice Center, FJC, is a beacon of light, coordinating essential services, including advocacy, law enforcement, and social, medical, and legal services. Whereas vulnerable children and older adults are impacted at higher levels, and it is essential that we participate and support innovating collaborations like the FJC's Pathways and Camp Hope program for children, and the FJC's Elder Justice Committee Coordinated Community Response. Whereas in a community partnership, the FJC has successfully brought together 17 agencies in one place to provide victims with easier access to comprehensive resources. This diverse and unique partnership provides hope and healing to victims of abuse and works diligently to hold offenders accountable. Whereas since the opening of the FJC in mid-June of 2015, over 63,000 citizens have been served. And on average, an individual works with 5 different organizations when visiting the FJC for the first time. Whereas by working together, getting involved, and through promoting awareness, we can restore hope, stop the violence, and make our community safer for everyone. And now, therefore, be it resolved by the City Council of the City of Greensboro that it does hereby declare the month of October 2022 as Domestic Violence Awareness Month and urges citizens to increase their awareness and education of this destructive force, which deeply affects many families in our state and local community each year, and to become part of the efforts to stop violence in families. Adopted this the third day of October 2022, and I would like to make that motion, Madam Mayor.
So the motion usually is made by the person presenting the resolution, so that is seconded by Mr. Holston. Council, please vote.
Thank you.
Yes. That passes 8-0.
Good evening, Mayor Vaughn, Council Member Buzawater, and City Council members. Thank you for recognizing Guilford County Family Justice Center and Domestic Violence Awareness Month. Today, many members from our partner agencies are represented here. With me stands Family Justice staff members, advocates from Family Service of the Piedmont, detectives from the Greensboro Police Department Family Victims Unit, and survivors from our Voices Committee. 2 weeks ago, Greensboro was the spotlight for family justice centers across the state and the nation. We hosted over 400 people at the statewide conference. The Guilford County Family Justice Center is considered to be best practice model for the nation. Since 2015, when we first opened our doors, we have served over 63,000 clients. Some of our most vulnerable clients are children who have been exposed to domestic violence. In saying this, 6 years ago, we took on a program called Camp Hope. What we realized is that children who had experienced domestic violence needed a support system in an environment where kids could be kids. This year, we took 55 children to Camp Weaver, where they experienced horseback riding and zip lining. We teach campers skills such as goal setting and leadership development. My partner's here, Sergeant Nix. He enjoys playing basketball with the kids. My other partner, Hannah Mold, she enjoys doing campfire songs. And then we have Assistant City Manager Trey Davis, who joined us 1 year and loved to teach the kids fishing. Mayor Vaughn, I invite you to join us on the zip lines next year with our children.
Can I like pick what I want to do?
Yes, you
Okay.
can. You see, I have been in the field of domestic violence for over 17 years. And I promise you that Camp Hope is the pathway to hope and healing for our children. It is my wish, and it is the wish of our partnership, that every single kid who has experienced domestic violence goes to Camp Hope this year. Our director, Family Justice Center Director, Katherine Johnson, could not be here tonight. But I have to say, it is her leadership that directly correlated the success of Camp Hope and the Family Justice Center. We thank you very much for your support.
So that is moved by Ms. Buzawater. We did that.
I just want to say something real quick.
Yes.
So I just wanted to say thank you to all of you. I've been in on the executive committee since before the Family Justice Center was founded. And I just want to say that the hard work that you all do makes such a difference in our community, in our county. And now I see many times you are highlighted all over the nation as a model of what a Family Justice Center should be. So thank you all so very much from the bottom of my heart. And I know everyone else too. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Item number 2 is a resolution recognizing Fire Prevention Week, October 9th through the 15th, 2022. Ms. Buswaiter?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. Whereas the city of Greensboro, North Carolina is committed to ensuring the safety and security of all living in and visiting Greensboro. Whereas fire is a serious public safety concern, both locally and nationally, and homes are the locations where people are at greatest risk from fire. Whereas home fires killed more than 2,580 people in the United States in 2020, according to the National Fire Protection Association. And fire departments in the United States responded to 356,500 home fires. Whereas smoke alarms sense smoke well before you can, alerting you to the danger in the event of a fire in which you may have as little as 2 minutes to escape safely. Whereas working smoke alarms cut the risk of dying in reported home fires in half, and Greensboro's residents should be sure everyone in the home understands the sounds of the alarms and knows how to respond. Whereas working smoke alarms whereas Greensboro's residents who have planned and practiced a home fire escape plan are more prepared and are therefore more likely to survive a fire, residents should practice their home fire escape drill at least twice a year during the day and at night. Whereas Greensboro's residents will make sure their smoke and CO alarms meet the needs of all in their family members, including those with sensory or physical disabilities. Whereas working smoke alarms cut the risk of dying in reported home fires in half and should be installed in every sleeping room, outside each separate sleeping area, and on every level of the home. When the smoke alarm sounds, every occupant of the home should respond by going outside immediately to the designated meeting place. Whereas Greensboro's first responders are dedicated to reducing the occurrence of home fires and home fire injuries through prevention and protection education. Our residents are responsive to public education measures and can take action to increase their safety from fire, especially in their homes. Whereas the 2022 Fire Prevention Week theme, Fire Won't Wait, Plan Your Escape. This works to educate everyone about simple but important actions they can take, including preparing a home fire escape plan to keep themselves and those around them safe from home fires. And now therefore be it resolved by the City Council of the City of Greensboro that it hereby declares October 9th to 15th, 2022 as Fire Prevention Week in the City of Greensboro, and urges all residents to plan and practice a home fire escape and to support the many public safety activities and efforts of the City of Greensboro Fire Department and surrounding area fire and emergency services. Adopted this the 3rd day of October 2022. And I know we have several, we have Chief Robinson, Chief Gerald, several in the back there. You can come on up. I will give this resolution.
And I know that is moved by Ms. Buswaiter. Do we seconded by Mayor Pro Tem? Council, please vote.
Mayor Pro Tem Johnson, could you confirm what your vote would be?
Yes. I did it.
I mean, yes.
Mayor, members of council, thank you for the recognition of Fire Prevention Week, the 9th through the 15th. Chief Gerald has just some highlights of some activities that are going on during Fire Prevention Week.
Yes, I'd like to invite everyone out to join us at our kickoff event on Saturday, the 8th, at the Home Depot on West Wendover. We will have a kickoff event there, fire trucks, police cars, and other games and learning. We will be at the Greensboro Science Center off Lawndale from the week of the 10th through the 14th. Times 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. So please come join us there. I believe if you come out and go through the truck, there will be a discount to get into the Greensboro Science Center. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, and then if you guys just want to hang around for a minute, I think we have another recognition, and it is that the fire department has been reaccredited.
No, I hit it.
To present, I know that you've received it already, but it is reaccreditation that we recently received. And this is very important for a number of reasons, because with the accreditation, it does help our insurance rates lower. And I would believe that we are the first fire department in North Carolina to receive this award. I believe it, so I'm gonna.
We were the first ISO and accredited in the entire nation.
So this is something to celebrate. And so we have kept it 6 times. Is it a 4-year? 5-year. So it was pretty close. But anyway, on behalf of the citizens of Greensboro, I want to say thank you for the good work that you do day in and day out. We saw that again this weekend with the hurricane and all the extra work that was done. But thank you for this accreditation. We know that it isn't easy, but we certainly appreciate your hard work. So on behalf of the city council and the citizens, we want to say thank you.
While the mayor's walking back, I just wanted to say my brother is a volunteer fireman on the Outer Banks. And he always said to me many years ago, for 20 years, he impressed upon me, make sure your fire department can keep that ISO 1 rating, because otherwise your home insurance is going to skyrocket. So thank you all for all you do and for helping us keep our homeowners insurance rates low as well. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Chief, I don't know if there's anything.
I think Mr. Davis actually has a few words. I will say, we sat before the commission in Denver, Colorado back in August, I believe, and the city manager attended with us, and I think he missed his first meeting with the new council because of that. But we certainly appreciate your support from all of council and the support of the community that we have. The team behind me and the team that is working every single day, they are the ones that make this possible. The data that they do, the responses that they make, the folks on the trucks 100% make this possible through your support. So thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, Madam Mayor, just a few comments to highlight and brag on our on our fire department. This is the 6th consecutive accreditation that they're receiving. And they are one of only 3 agencies worldwide to have received this honor 6 consecutive times, along with the ISO Class 1 ISO rating that you spoke of. The fire department, our fire department, is in the top 4% of all fire departments in the United States. This accreditation is internationally recognized as an achievement. And also, when you talk about benefits, this benefits not just the fire department internally by fostering pride amongst the members of the fire department, but community leaders, our citizens, and the benefit of having this external accomplishment through the support and networking with all of our other accredited agencies. So again, thank you, Chief Robinson, for all that you all do.
Thank you. At the request of Mayor Pro Tem, we are moving up the last item on the agenda, which was item I.6, a resolution in favor of single payer universal comprehensive health care Medicaid for all. Mayor Pro Tem?
Whereas healthcare is a right for all individuals, no person should ever face economic ruin and or loss of healthcare due to cost. Whereas national single payer universal comprehensive healthcare would reign in the ever rising U.S. healthcare expenditure and produce enough cost savings to cover all residents while upgrading benefits. Whereas in 2020, U.S. healthcare spending grew by 9.7%, reaching 4.1 trillion or $12,530 per person, more than twice the national average healthcare spending of the 38 countries comprising the Organization of Economic Cooperation and Development. Whereas national healthcare spending is already consuming 19.6% of GDP and is expected to reach 6 trillion by 2028, an unsustainable burden. Whereas under this heavy financial burden, over 100 million people experience healthcare related financial distress. Whereas many people deal with financial distress by delaying care, using less than prescribed amounts of medication, at the risk of developing avoidable and expensive complications, which can be debilitating and even fatal, as well as cutting back on food, clothing, and other necessities. Whereas, unlike our current system, where high healthcare prices are negotiated privately within the healthcare industry and held as trade secrets under a single payer system, the government, as the sole payer of healthcare bills, would negotiate lower transparent healthcare prices for the people's benefit. Whereas COVID-19 revealed the inadequacies of our privately insured healthcare system, which fall harder upon underserved, marginalized populations, disproportionately employed in essential but low-paying jobs and positions that provide little or no healthcare insurance. Whereas expensive healthcare benefits burden employees, the city of Greensboro pays $44 million in medical, dental, and vision benefits in calendar year 2021. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the City Council of the City of Greensboro that it endorses Medicare for All legislation and calls upon our federal representatives to work toward immediate enactment of a national single-payer health plan that assures comprehensive and quality health care for all United States residents without deductibles, copays, and coinsurance. So be it resolved that the City of Greensboro requests its clerk to send copies of this resolution to U.S. Representative Kathy Manning and U.S. Senators Tom Tillis and Richard Burr.
So that has been.
Move this item.
Second. That was moved by Mayor Pro Tem, seconded by Mrs. Hightower. Council, please vote. And that passes 8-0. We do have a couple of speakers who were signed up to speak to that item. If it,
Would you still like to speak?
we had Catherine Bennett, Lisa McMillan, CC Crawford, and Wayne Haley. If it's still necessary. If you.
I cannot express how much I appreciate your vote tonight, because tonight you have joined a grassroots movement to move Medicare for all into reality. I want to just reinforce some of the information, new information that I have. The residents of Guilford County were asked to give a response to a poll that the county commissioners put into effect to determine how the residents wanted their American Rescue Plan funds invested. 74% of the respondents said they wanted it invested, that it was important to invest in healthcare access, and it was the #1 priority when the results were tallied. Also, I'd like to let you know that many households cannot meet the mid-range insurance deductible, according to the study done by the Kaiser Family Foundation, and most families can't meet a high deductible. So we do have a crisis today. The Kaiser Foundation poll, which is a recent one in 2022, found that 51 of their respondents reported delaying care in the past year. 41% of their respondents reported having medically related debt. And the results of that were listed in the resolution you just passed, so I won't repeat it. But to quote Allison Galvany, PhD, Director of Yale Center for Infectious Disease Modeling and Analysis, universal single healthcare is both economically responsible and morally imperative. Thank you so much.
Again, I can go off script because you've already approved the resolution, but I want to say thank you
If you could say
personally.
your name for the record.
Oh, Lisa McMillan, sorry. Thank you all personally for approving this, and I will share part of the story so you can, in circles that you go into, encourage others to support this, because this is just one of many steps that need to happen to have this be fully supported in the United States. On September 11th, 2015, I was T-boned at the intersection of Four Seasons Boulevard and Van Story Street. Although the driver of the vehicle that struck me accepted responsibility, acknowledging to the police officer that she ran a red light, her insurance company refused to accept the responsibility, using a contributory negligence loophole to drag out the insurance claim process. Unfortunately, I was taken away from the scene of that collision by ambulance with serious injuries. At that time, I did not have health insurance to cover medical treatment from the car crash, while I fought one of the largest insurance companies in this country. Due to that lack of access to health care, my injuries were exacerbated and have contributed to me now having permanent disabilities. Several of you on council know that I continue to try to positively contribute to my community while learning to manage my life being differently abled. I may be able to be active for a few days, then be immobile and bedridden for days after that. I have not found my new normal in this changed body. I have spoken at previous council meetings asking for bus shelters and benches because of barriers I've experienced with these mobility challenges. This experience has been extremely difficult for me to deal with because it didn't have to be like this. I was a very active person, pre-T-boned, and have so much I want to offer my community, but my body is not able to support the desires of my mind, all because I didn't have medical insurance to cover the necessary medical treatment. This resolution, again, is one of the many steps that needs to be taken to support the healthiness of all people in the United States. I understand that there are nuances to creating a great system for providers and patients. Together, we can develop that system, beginning with this resolution. I implore you all to consider my story, if you find it compelling enough, for you to, in your circles, have a discussion and encourage others to support Medicare for all. Thank you.
Cecily Crawford, 502 High Street. And I'm actually up here to say thank you for voting, approving the resolution. As a single mother who struggled with cancer, my story is not unique. There are many working class people trying to provide for families stricken with an illness that you didn't see coming, and you still have to pay for housing, utilities, and take care of your family. On top of that, you're forced to pay your health care, your co-pays, your surgeries, your medicines, and a slew of other things that you're responsible while fighting for your life. I finished successfully fighting for my life so far in debt that my daughters and I were facing homelessness. We have people here this evening to also speak about homelessness, but this is where it intersects, where we have a demographic of people who need their mental health professionals, their therapists, their counselors, their medication, and are unable to be able to get those things in order to live a normal life and perhaps not be living on the streets. We have our elderly that we are seeing also being removed from their homes, who are also fighting to pay for the co-payments and the medications that they need. We're talking about rationing insulin. We're talking about heart meds and simple things as far as migraine medicines to be able to function on a daily basis. This is the first step towards other municipalities, counties, and states lending their voice to the cries of constituents, asking our federal government for relief from medical debt. Healthcare is a human right. No one should be suffering physically, mentally, and financially over healthcare needs in one of the wealthiest countries in the world. So I applaud Mayor Vaughn, Mayor Pro Tem, and City Council for supporting the people in the calls for a federal, national, single-payer, universal, comprehensive healthcare, also known as Medicare for All legislation. And I also hope that you will remember this, that you approved that people do have the right to live free from healthcare debt when you start to listen to the calls for help with our homeless.
Hello, I'm Wayne Hale. I'm speaking in support of the single payer resolution, and thank you gratefully for your support of that. I taught for over 30 years in the Cone Health Family Medicine Residency Program, and I can assure you that there are many of our citizens that are suffering from poor access to health care. We only have to look at our national statistics, which are, believe me, accurate, to see where all the people who are falling through the cracks and not getting the care that they need. I just want to again say thanks. Appreciate the fact that you're concerned, and hope that you all will continue to support a national health plan that will pay, people for giving us services that actually improve people's health rather than just pay more money to CEOs and corporations that are not really responding as they should. Thank you again.
Good evening, Mayor Vaughn and council members. Unaccustomed as I am to coming up and wanting to pat you all on the back, I would very much like to say thank you for this unopposed 8-0. And I'm sure Dr. Wells would have been with you on this had she been here. I came up to say I've been the recipient of Medicare since 2004. You can calculate how old I am if you like. And I just want to caution us all to remember that Medicare itself, as it stands, and those of you who are privileged to receive Medicare, and I'm very grateful to have it. You can go bankrupt on Medicare very easily. I'm not the only one that said this, but the point is, let us not let the politicians settle for Medicare as it stands. The stuff I'm getting, as I said, I'm grateful. But it's a very expensive situation, as others have said. So we're very good, particularly currently in the Congress, for talking about what we're going to do when we get elected, and then cutting it into very small piece when it actually happens, when it's actually put into legislation. So let us not back away from what's in this resolution. This resolution is absolutely fabulously written, and I don't notice anything that's been left out. Everything is in there to give us what we need to have health care as a human right in our country. Thank you.
Thank you. And let the record reflect that Dr. Wells has joined us. I know you just came in by plane. Thank you very much. So I'm going to take the prerogative as chair. We do have one additional honor and celebration. October is National Community Planning Month, and we celebrate the value of good planning with our residents and the work of our professional planners. And I do want to recognize our planning department because they have received the Daniel Birnham Award for comprehensive plan, and it is for our GSO 2040 comprehensive plan. And it is my pleasure. And I know that this is just a placeholder. We are waiting for the final award, but I want to present this and say thank you to our planning director, Sue Schwartz, and all the hard work that you and your department does and did for the 2040 comprehensive plan.
Thank you, Mayor Yvonne. We have a short video from the Board of Directors of the American Planning Association. Thank you, Mayor Yvonne. I introduce Ben Hitchings and Mitch Silver from the American Planning Association Board of Directors, who have a few things to share.
It's a pleasure to be with you this evening in Tournament Town, beloved by ACC basketball fans and many others. My name is Ben Hitchings, and I'm a member of the American Planning Association's Board of Directors. I'm also the vice chair of our awards jury. I am joined this evening by Mitchell Silver, a fellow APA board member and president of the American Institute of Certified Planners, and Mitch will be offering closing remarks. The American Planning Association is an organization of more than 40,000 planners across the country and around the globe, dedicated to creating great communities for all. Every year, we give out just 4 national awards. One of them, the Burnham Award for a Comprehensive Plan, is presented for a plan that advances the science and art of planning. The award honors America's most famous planner, Daniel Burnham, known among other things for his work on the 1909 Plan of Chicago. Burnham believed deeply in the power of planning to improve the lives of people in our communities. He called on civic leaders to make no little plans. They have no magic to stir men's blood and probably will not be realized. Instead, make big plans, aim high and hope and work, remembering that a noble logical diagram, once recorded, will not die, but long after we are gone, be a living thing, asserting itself with ever-growing insistence. The GSO 2040 Comprehensive Plan truly embodies this vision. Our awards jury noted that GSO 2040 is the product of extensive public outreach, which is challenging to do, but so important in order to engage the whole community. It's also the product of thoughtful technical analysis with insightful existing conditions and emerging trends. The result is a vision rooted in 6 big ideas, from creating great places to prioritizing sustainability to building community connections to growing economic competitiveness. These ideas embody key challenges and opportunities of the 21st century. The awards jury observed that GSO 2040 is a modern plan, beautifully displayed online, with a logical structure, well-considered strategies, and compelling presentation that reflects the voices, needs, and desires of the Greensboro community. The plan is all the more impressive because it is largely the product of work by city planning staff with minimal use of consultants. Kudos to Planning Director Sue Schwartz and her amazing team for their outstanding work in engaging the community and synthesizing the shared vision.
Thank you, Ben. The plan is just a beginning. The Greensboro 2040 approach includes strong implementation techniques, including an online implementation dashboard, a quarterly newsletter, and an annual report to help stakeholders track progress. An essential ingredient to realize the vision is you, the City Council, to help fuel implementation with your leadership, guidance, and resources. We salute the collaborative efforts of the Greensboro community working together to make the city a vibrant and a sustainable hub of commerce, culture, and community. Through the 2040 plan, Greensboro has truly outlined a path to becoming the best mid-sized city in America. And this plan is an example we are proud to hold up for other communities around the country to learn from and replicate. So, on behalf of the American Planning Association, it is our great pleasure to recognize the City of Greensboro, North Carolina, Planning Director Sue Schwartz and her team with our 2022 Daniel Burnham Award for Outstanding Comprehensive Plan, and to present this award to the Honorable Mayor Nancy Vaughn. Congratulations and thank you.
Two quick notes. One, thank you. This plan was adopted 2 years ago after
It's
3
a
years.
pleasure to be with you this evening.
And they're
in
back
Tournament
again.
Town, beloved
Ben just
by
doesn't know when to get
ACC
off.
and many others.
And I wish,
My
I
name is
do have
Ben
to tell him about
Hitchens.
Tournament Town. He is a big Tar Heel fan. So he was very disappointed that he had a conflict. He couldn't be here because he comes here every single time the ACC is here, men and women's, and just soaks it all up. So that was a heartfelt Tournament Town from him.
We are Tournament Town, and he'll have an opportunity to come in March for both men's and women's and the first two rounds of the NCAA.
I do want to recognize the project manager for the comp plan with Russ Clegg, who's our long range and strategic division manager. Russ is in the audience. Russ had to do a lot of the logistics and shuffling around. But I want to also remind the mayor wrote a letter of support, and the concluding sentence, which we think is the new slogan, that this is a plan for Greensboro by the people of Greensboro. 160 meetings, 6,000 different points of feedback that we received during this process. And we see it living out, not just in the rezoning hearings or in other, but we hear them throughout the communities that we're in. We always have a lot more to do. It's just the beginning. We appreciate the support from the Greensboro City Council, from the community, and well, we all share in this award.
Thank you. So we now move on to our public comment portion of the agenda. Each speaker will be allowed 3 minutes, and our first three speakers are Carrie Ann Broadway, Nate Hayes, and Del Stone.
Hello, my name is Carrie Ann Broadway. I'm a local abortion clinic escort and part of the Triad Reproductive Liberation Coalition. Access to abortion care is continually under attack despite being legally protected in the state of North Carolina. Patients in Greensboro deserve better than intimidation, obstruction, and interruption. We demand that City Council affirm its support for abortion as an essential healthcare service. City Council can affirm its support by recognizing March 10th as the National Day of Appreciation for Abortion Providers, as established by the National Abortion Federation. We also demand that City Council take up resolutions against the anti-abortion bills in the state legislature, such as House Bill 31. We demand that City Council pass a resolution protecting abortion rights within city limits, and that the city issue a warning about fake clinics or crisis pregnancy centers which deceive people about the services they offer. In July, Governor Cooper signed Executive Order 263. This order reaffirmed the North Carolina General Statute 14-277.4, which protects patients, providers, and those assisting patients to a clinic. This general statute reads that no person shall obstruct or block another person's access to or egress from a healthcare facility or from the common areas of the real property upon which the facility is located in a manner that deprives or delays the person from obtaining or providing healthcare services in the facility. We demand education on both this and the United States Freedom of Access to Clinic Entrances Act for law enforcement and the DA, as these laws do nothing to protect patients if nobody knows about them. Thank you for your time.
Good evening. My name is Nate. I represent the Communist Party USA and the Triad Reproductive Liberation Coalition. On June 24th, 2022, all people who are capable of giving birth suffered an attack on their liberty. The government will force you to do something with your body that you do not wish to do, and this is antithetical to any conventional definition of freedom. We uphold bodily autonomy above all, and the government has no business what goes on in your uterus. In North Carolina, we still have abortion protected up to 20 weeks and afterwards in cases of serious medical emergency. And it is imperative that we preserve the rights still existing after this initial fascist offensive. People with the capability to give birth are not the only people affected by this decision. The fascist offensive that the overturning of Roe v. Wade represents will not stop at abortion rights. Evidenced by the actions of Proud Boys and other fascist groups, other marginalized people have been the victim of violence and intimidation by the extreme right. Queer people holding community events have been subject to fascist violence. People of color have been attacked and in some cases killed by the extreme right. For example, a clinic escort here in Greensboro was struck by a car when trying to assist someone into getting the health care that they need. The Supreme Court has the explicit goal of furthering the fascist agenda and to refusing the fundamental rights of queer people to marry who they choose, to be intimate with one another, and for the fundamental right to contraception. The fix for the fascist problem is not reform. The system is broken. Fascists like Matheny are an existential threat to the lives of the working class people in our cities. The working class face homelessness in the US, and criminals like Matheny go out of their way to endanger these people and to displace them from the few safe places they have. The homeless population in Greensboro faces eviction from Center City Park, and the city has already passed panhandling ordinances targeted at our homeless population. The groundwork has been laid to attack these people. The correction for the fascist problem is not reform. We cannot just elect ourselves into these positions like the one we see today. These institutions serve the interests of the rich. We have to throw out these old institutions and build new ones. We have to build worker power. The working class holds a tremendous potential for power. All we have to do is seize it. And the police will enforce the fascists' policy. The fascist anti-choice policy limiting someone's right to an abortion is ultimately upheld by the police. Who will arrest the single worker supporting their kids when they get an abortion to prevent financial ruin? Who will arrest the provider forming an abortion on a rape victim? The answer is the police. The police do not save lives. Greensboro Police Department has a long history of killing unarmed people, especially people of color. Recently, the police murdered Duke Crenshaw, a minor who was fleeing a traffic stop and bumped into the officer's car. He was then shot 3 times in the chest and neck, fatally wounding him. The police also endanger homeless people, and they directly and indirectly kill them. The police, by evicting people and making them homeless and criminalizing the homeless, they put these people into dangerous situations. They leave them in the elements. They leave them hungry, and they leave them unprotected.
Thank you. Del. Thank you. Dell Stone, followed by Jennifer Rebels, followed by Michelle Sharp.
Good evening, Del Stone. I'm with Working Class Analysis Organizing Alliance, WOA. And I was originally talking tonight about reproductive rights along with my comrades here, but I think they did that really sufficiently, and there are other pressing matters I would like to address. So in addition to affirming that I believe City Council should support affirming that abortion is an essential healthcare, I would like to talk about the 3 ordinance changes that directly affect hundreds of our most vulnerable community members.
So if you're going to talk about the ordinance changes, you need to speak when we.
Later.
Yes.
Okay, there's miscommunication on that. But I can speak later if I'm talking on that.
Yes.
Awesome. All right, I will do that. Thank you.
Thank you. Jennifer Rebels, Michelle Sharp, Ralph Walker.
Jennifer Rebels, while you're coming up here, I don't know if you saw last council meeting, but I tutored the powwow and what a wonderful event it was. She's one of the great workers to produce that event.
Good evening. My name is Michelle Bridges Sharp. I'm here tonight in regards to my father, Eddie C. Bridges' road naming project. I was here 10 months ago before you as of tomorrow. My understanding from the city council that after the resolution was passed unanimously, January 4th, 2022, this was the last step except receiving the encroachment release from the Department of Transportation. My understanding is our family had approval from the City of Greensboro Department Leader Hannah Cockburn for the location in the medians at Lawndale Drive and 840 Highway had been approved. My question is, does the Bridges family now need to request encroachment from NCDOT? I have a copy of the NCDOT honorary naming and designations of state transportation assets, page 6 and 7, that states the department board is not required to review or approve this municipal road only to release encroachment permission. Therefore, this can be approved at a local level. I also wanted to briefly acknowledge that I understood on January the 4th, 2022, and asked the council for your advice. Can you please play my 40-second flash drive about this matter? Thank you very much for your consideration in this matter as well. I have copies of the resolution and the paper if anyone needs to see that.
Thank you, Ms. Bridges. After that plays, I'll be able to answer your question.
Thank you both, and we certainly appreciate you sharing your father with us, and his legacy will truly be a lasting one in the city of Greensboro. And we will do our best to get that portion named as closely as you want it to. I think the last thing that needed to be done was this resolution that Mary Kay bought for you. So be in contact with the state of North Carolina. Thank you so much. And let me just say, that is the last thing. Thank you both, and we certainly appreciate that sharing your father with us. But it still had to go to the state of North Carolina.
I'm sorry.
So that was the last thing that we had to do in our process, but it does go to the state for their final approval. And I know that Ms. Abuzawaiter has worked on this through her being chair at the MPO.
Yes, and we have worked on this. And also I wanted, I believe Johanna Cockburn, our Department of Transportation, can explain that a little better if she would like to come forward. Is she available?
Councilmember Abuzawaiter, she is not here. We did not anticipate this.
All right, Mr.
tonight.
City Attorney, do you have any?
I have a lot of experience with NCDOT. I'm aware of the road naming process that they use, the issues that they point out with respect to municipal, local roads. I'm actually not sure of. I need to research.
And I do know, as the mayor said, we did do everything that was our responsibility. So I know that therefore it would have to go on to the NC Department of Transportation, and perhaps you could take your concerns there, because on this matter, with the naming of the I-840 part to be named after your father, is that
Yes,
correct?
ma'am.
Yes, then we certainly signed off on everything that we were supposed to. And then I do know that it does take quite a while with the North Carolina Department of Transportation, but I would encourage you to reach out to them.
Okay.
Yes,
So
and I'm sorry that it's beyond us now.
no, I just wanted to clarify that at this point, now at 10 months,
Yes.
that is the next step on my responsibility, that my family needs to pursue this and try to reach out to those that need to be, that make the decisions to get that carried through.
And we have made those in NCDOT that we work with, we have made all of them aware as well. So then it would be, if you could check on it with them, that would be appropriate at this time. And I'm sorry it's taken so long.
I could recommend that you could reach out to Mike Fox, who's the
Yes.
chair of the board.
He's the chair of
He's
the
actually from
NCDOT.
Greensboro.
Okay. And
Board.
do you think he could provide some clarity to me of a timeline, or while we are at a standstill?
That is the
I would-
pleasure of the
Of the-
NCDOT.
But
The
I
NCDOT.
would suggest to you that from what you've said about the timeline, that's not unusual.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you for your time too, as well. I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Good evening. My name is Jennifer Revels. And good evening, Mayor Vaughn and Mayor Pro Tem Johnson and council members. It is nice to be here before you. And briefly, I would like to say a special thank you to the city for your support of the 45th Annual Guilford Native American Association Powwow that we held 2 weekends ago. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, for being able to join us, as well as Councilman Holston. We greatly appreciate all of your support. I am here this evening to also speak on behalf of the Bridges and Osteen Road naming. I have an email I would like to share with the council from Bob Osteen, one of the children of the Honorable late William Osteen. This was dated September the 14th, 2022, and sent to Robin Keller with the Guilford County, Good afternoon, Robin. I'm representing the Osteen family in the matter of our road naming opportunity at Battleground 220 and the new 840 highway. Our family is very pleased with this location. Mr. Bridges informed me that I could email you and let you know that we, the entire Osteen family, stand in agreement with Mr. Bridges and Judge Ralph Walker, who will be speaking on our behalf. My wife and I spoke with Mr. Archer and Mr. Fox a little over a month ago, and both my wife and I were very pleased with the progress made for all this to happen. Time is somewhat of the essence, so thank you for your helpful and guiding consideration. If you need to reach me, please feel free to do so anytime. Respectfully, Bob Osteen. And I would like to just add that as a young person in 1972, in my first involvement in what we refer to as public service, I had the great pleasure of meeting William Osteen long before he was a judge and had aspired to all of the accomplishments that he is credited for over his many years. So for over 50 plus years, the late Honorable William Osteen has made incredible contributions to our community, to our state, and quite frankly, to our nation. And at a time when my father was also sticking his feet and getting wet into the world of public service back in those days, it was just really an incredible opportunity to know what a public servant is, truly is, and represents. And I have to say that for 50+ years, telling my age a little bit, I've been fortunate enough to have many mentors throughout this community and folks that have assisted the Guilford Native American Association, and the late Honorable Osteen is certainly one of those. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Rebels, thank you so much, but it's pretty much the same answer that it must come from the Osteen family to the North Carolina Department of Transportation. It's wonderful that so many people want to do this and have emails, but in order to get things moving along, NCDOT really needs to hear from the family on that.
Okay.
Yes, thank you.
Mayor Vaughn and members of the city council. I'm Ralph Walker. Thank you for hearing us. I'm on behalf of Judge William L. Osteen and the naming in 840. This is a 10-year effort. Doug Gallion at the outset was involved, and he has named on the 840 and on the western part of the state now, county rather, and deserved so. Along the way, Eddie Bridges was involved along with Joanne's wife, and Joanne, his wife, and she cannot be here. She's in Abbotswood, and son Bob is taking the mantle, but he's in Charleston, South Carolina, trying to repair his business, which is an antique business as a result of the last week. So I am pleased to appear on behalf of the family. I practiced law with Bill Osteen a number of years here. He is from Guilford County, went to Guilford College, went in service, and went to UNC Law School, United States Attorney, and came back. And that's when I joined the law firm. And the effort is, say, has been a 10-year effort. However, I dealt with DOT engineer Mills a number of years, and he told me and others that you should wait until 840 is completed to give you a better effort on naming. And I think he's rightly so. And now the possibility is from Battleground to Cone, or rather Elm Street. But Bob Osteen has determined an area that feels like suitable to the family. So on behalf of the family, again, we appreciate your concern and appreciate the opportunity to appear. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Sam Bridges, followed by Jennifer Baxter. Kinsey Rings, I don't know, has signed in, followed by Nicole Lindahl. Okay, so Jennifer spoke. Oh, I'm sorry, she's on the list as Jennifer Baxter and Jennifer Revels, I think.
Jennifer's already spoke.
Okay.
Or not.
Okay, Nicole, and I believe that Kinsey is not is here to speak. Go ahead.
Speaking.
Mhm.
Me.
Yes.
Before the 3 minutes starts, I would like to say that I think that there's still a lot of confusion because you alluded to the fact, Ms. Abusawader, that you alluded to the fact, Ms. Abusawader, that to my sister, that it was her responsibility or the family's responsibility to deal with Department of Transportation. And I think that's incorrect. If you read the document, they are not required if you are on a rural road, which is Lawndale or on Battleground. We're not on 840. So that's how we got the information from Ms. Cockburn that we did not need any more approval from the Department of Transportation other than the encroachment release for the medians.
Correct.
So there is nothing necessarily that I can see that we can do. If you want to start with Mike Fox, that's a non-starter.
Well, Mr. Bridges, I do want to say, you say we've known about this for 10 years. This only came to our attention when you came in June, so I would like that clarified, please.
Well, the 2:20 started. I can't do it in 3 minutes. What happened to my 3 minutes?
Well, because you started speaking.
Well, I asked if I could not let the 3 minutes start until I made sure.
No,
that
the
you
3 minutes,
understood.
the 3 minutes has started. So if you would like to continue.
Hello, my name is Sam Bridges. I represent the Bridges Legacy Holdings, Inc. The last I was in your presence was on the August public meeting. The subject I was interested in bringing to reality was the resolution for the late Honorable Judge Osteen Senior. If I had made a difference with one vote in your election, I was not promised anything by any council member or the mayor. However, I was deeply disappointed that I got not one response from the letter I sent each of you council members and mayor with my concerns in honoring Judge Osteen. More so, it's disappointing to learn that sometimes loyalty is not the same. In regards to the letter Ms. Baxter read, there was a question with the County Commission Clerk, Robin Keller, with proceedings for the unanimously passed resolution read by Kay Cashin on the 15th, 2022. Ms. Keller had been informed from NCDOT that that they would appreciate more time the previous week. There had been a meeting with the family concerning location and process. Unfortunately, the Osteen family was not aware of the meeting. I recently, on several occasions, have reached out to Council Member Zach Matheny. I have yet to receive a response. Other constituents in my neighborhood, John Lomax and David Sloot, think very highly of you. One of my desires was to have you attend the recent Guilford County Sports Hall of Fame, where tribute was paid to only one previous inductee, my father, Eddie Bridges. I also felt that Matthew 21:42 discussed that you could be the cornerstone and have the honor of reading the resolution for Judge Osteen Senior. I've also provided a copy of 2012 where this matter was birthed, as well as other documents. Several of the individuals of the letter are retired and some already proceeded to their great reward. In the last meeting, Council Member Abusawader mentioned and aware of the request recently with Mr. Fox. DOT was not interested in moving forward with this project at this time. I come today to humbly request you give consideration strongly to this matter. One individual which is my father, has 4 national conservation awards in the United States of America, the only one. And the other individual is one of the few that was appointed to the Middle District Court by the sitting president, George W. Bush, Mr. Osteen, in your county. We're not trying to solve world hunger. We're just trying to recognize worthy local individuals. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Nicole and Kinsey is not here. Is that correct? Okay, and I believe we had 2 signed up, Earl Zayak and Christy Zayak. I don't think, are you in attend? Are they here? So then after Nicole, we have Barbara Barker and Kay Dunham.
Well, hello, everybody. My name is Nicole Lindahl, and I'm the projects coordinator with Bicycling in Greensboro, just the local bicycling advocacy group. And these folks that are standing over here with me are a few of our members of our advocacy committee that came here to show support. We are here tonight.
Could you come closer to the mic?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, okay. We're here tonight because we are thrilled with this year's state transportation improvement plan and would like to take a moment to thank the Greensboro Department of Transportation, planners, the engineers and leadership, the Transit Advisory Committee, and staff at the NCDOT for looking at the bigger picture and planning valuable connections to our current greenway system for those who use alternative modes of transportation. The Atlantic and Yadkin Greenway, or ANY, will soon be connected to the Bicentennial Greenway, with a multi-use path along Old Battleground. The ANY will also be connected to the downtown, Lake Daniel, and Latham Park greenways. Isn't directly about Greensboro, but there will also be a multi-use path from the tunnel in Summerfield that goes underneath 220 all the way to Centerfield Road. And that actually takes folks to the park there and to the rec center. A side path will also run along Benjamin Parkway from Josephine Boyd to Battleground, where it will also connect with the ANY. And this will be particularly beneficial to students at Grimsley. And there will soon be a greenway connecting Florida Street to the downtown greenway along Bragg. So working towards a complete streets network, safe streets for all users, shows that our city's decision makers, planners, and engineers are making an effort to improve Greensboro in ways that will be beneficial, that actually will benefit everyone economically, environmentally, will make for a healthier and safer city, and will improve quality of life for our community overall. We just wanted to let you guys know that we do appreciate the efforts, the effort on that, and it's a great plan. Thank you for your time.
Madam Mayor, I want to thank Nicole. I know that she attends all of our MPOTAC meetings, and we appreciate the input that comes from all the bicyclists and everyone else in Greensboro. So thank you so much we like hearing some good things every once in a while. So I appreciate it very much.
Thank you.
Barbara Barker, Kay Dunham, Mike Murray.
Mayor Vaughn, City Council members, my name is Barbara Barker, and I have been providing and serving food to our homeless friends for 13 plus years. I started serving with both the Greensboro Burrito Bikers, but also the group that serves on Sunday mornings. We not only provide food to our homeless friends, but people that are now experiencing food insecurity. Our volunteers provide this service out of our own pockets. We also supply clothing, hygiene products, blankets, tents, and sleeping bags. I personally have invited 2 homeless individuals into my home, as well as provided the cremation services to 3 homeless individuals and the 1 man who jumped from the Bellmead parking deck. I feel that to now require us to get a special use permit is only helping fill the city of Greensboro coffers. Also, the food safety training is unnecessary as most of the food is prepackaged. As for the trash issue, we walk up and down the street each and every weekend picking up the trash. I have even started bringing my own trash bag and taking the trash home with me and putting it in my own dumpster. With the rising interest rates and the greed in rental prices, the homeless population will grow. Those who never anticipated being homeless will join the ranks. These people are not just people to us to be criminalized, but have become family to us. And we love each and every one of them, and we intend to continue our services. Romans 12:13 tells everyone to share what you have with our brothers who are in need. Give meals and a place to stay to those in need. As a coal miner's daughter growing up in the poverty Appalachian region of Southwest Virginia, I implored the richest advice I ever received as a young child. Do unto others as you would have them do unto you. Also, I will never implore that I will ever be anywhere near as being a Mother Teresa. But I am honored that all my friends downtown that I serve call me Mama each and every weekend. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Kay Dunman. I'm a lifelong resident of Greensboro. I've come to speak to you concerning the feeding of the homeless at Center City Park. Our church started reaching out to homeless over 13 years ago. One of our members and her son were riding through town and saw the homeless in the park. Her son said, let's bring them coffee one Sunday. From that, the ministry was born. We started with peanut butter and jelly sandwiches and coffee. And today, many other organizations have joined with us with feeding and providing clothing, blankets, coats, and tents. My group provides a lunch bag to go and also a hot meal for breakfast. They get a sandwich, a juice, peanut butter cracker, chips, and a sweet. They choose many of their items. They say it's their favorite deli. Many of the people say the lunch could be their last meal of that day. We've built relationships with these people and we care about them. We're a stable source of food for them and love. Not long ago, a guy rode up beside me and asked if I remembered him, and I did not. He said his name and that we had fed him several years ago, and due to our love and feeding him, he was able to get back on his feet. And he wanted to bless the people doing this. And so he sent me a donation to help feed other people. We've recently heard of complaints of trash being left by us in the park. Like Barbara said, we have someone pick up the trash before we leave. If someone leaves trash after we're gone, we can't control that. Just as business owners from downtown cannot control patrons leaving trash around the city from their establishments. I was leaving the Tanger Center a couple of weekends ago, and when we walked out, there were water bottles, masks, and napkins on the ground as we walked out of the theater. Is Tanger going to be responsible for this? Unfortunately, some people just don't care about how our city looks, and that's not a socioeconomical thing. We serve at the park on Sunday morning around 7:30 a.m. and we're usually finished by 9 a.m. There are very few people out and very few businesses are open, so this does not cause any interruptions in our city. The homeless issue is a very complex issue, one that needs to be addressed, especially with our current economy and the rising food and housing costs in our city and country. There are mental, drug, alcohol, transportation issues, along with unemployment. I would like to ask how we have become so heartless as a society that we cannot show love and compassion to help other people who are struggling in life without imposing fines and requiring licenses. Proverbs 14:31 says, those who oppress the poor insult their maker, but helping the poor honors them. I would just ask that you guys would come and join us in helping with this problem in Greensboro.
Thank you. I just wanted, are the Ziacs here? Okay, so you are, so you will be after Mr. Murray.
What?
Good evening. My name is Mike Murray, and I'm the director of 16 Cent Ministry in Greensboro. And if you don't know by now, I'm nervous as can be because I don't ever do any of this kind of stuff. But I wish we were meeting under different circumstances, but we're not. I'm here today to be a voice to those that don't have a voice, to be a voice to those that don't have a home. And in response to Mr. Mathane's article in City Beat, said you have folks that show up on any given day and any given time that think they're helping by giving food, and that doesn't go through health department regulation or health department and leaving significant trash. Mr. Matheny, we are those people, and we don't do that. Every day, 16 Cent Ministry is responsible for, in some form or fashion, four meals downtown. Whether we're there, whether we're actually serving the meals, whether we're supplying financial help for the meals, or whether we're supplying food for them. Each of our meals that we prepare are all prepared in serve safe kitchens, and they're all given out in to-go containers, just like your favorite restaurant gives you when you call and have Grubhub delivered to your house. So the safety is not an issue in my mind. As far as the trash goes, we police the trash from the time we get there till the time we leave, multiple times. And we leave the place better than we found it in most cases. For more than 10 years now, we've held what we call Church Under the Bridge in downtown Greensboro. And this is a place where homeless folks and less fortunate, we're not just targeting the homeless folks or anything like that, but they can come and actually worship. We have a full-blown worship service with musics and messages, and we also do a hot meal every week. In that particular service, we prepare 250 meals for that day. And rarely is there food left after that. And we police that and go from there. We also help with tent sleeping bags and other items like they said. And what I'm thinking is, we can pass other ordinances and that kind of stuff that to solve some things that, we don't like to see, things that we think are problems, but we're not getting down to the root of the problem. What caused the homelessness to be there to start with? Let's work on fixing that. We can pass these mandates and everything else, but we got to move from there.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Earl Zayek, Christy Zayek, and Rebecca Deal.
I think just me and it's been trying to. I think you, go ahead.
Hi, I'm Earl Zayek. 6 years ago, I was homeless in this town. People like Mike Murray, Barbara, and many more helped me, giving me something to eat and some encouragement. Today, I'm on the other side of the street. I own my own vehicle. I got a full-time job. I'm a taxpayer. I'm a voter. And what you people were doing, especially Mr. Matheny, by blaspheming people, lying to people, and literally saying that this photograph that you had sent to you was Sunday morning, that's a lie. Because I know for a fact, I clean it up. I pay it forward. I go out there every Sunday morning after working all week, taking care of my family, and I feed the people who can't feed themselves. What are you doing? Are you helping anybody? No. Okay.
I'm sorry if you
is-
call out again,
The
you'll be
point of it
removed.
is the city council is here to help everybody, not just the rich donors, the business owners. It's for the taxpayers, for every single person out here, whether they can afford to pay for your daggone parking ticket or not. But they're trying. I did it. I pulled my boots up. I'm trying to do the same thing for the next person. I wish the city council would try to do the same thing. Thank you.
After Mrs. Zayek, Rebecca Deal, followed by George Archini.
sorry, we're juggling a 7-year-old at the same time. He's also autistic, ADHD, so you might hear him talk. I'm sorry in advance. But I'm Christy Zayak. That's my husband. Zach Matheny has stated that people that feed the disadvantaged need to be educated on what we do. But you wouldn't put a PE teacher in a room to teach social studies. A teacher can't teach unless they themselves know what they are teaching about. The best teachers are those that learn from their students. By telling us we need educating on what we are doing, you are implying we are beneath you on the educational slide, that we couldn't possibly have intelligence in a brain that works. With that being said, at what point are you going to learn about what we do? We are not just some random people handing out food. We are the people that actually talk to those that are disadvantaged, the ones that truly listen to their needs and know most of them by name. By trying to make it hard for us to help those that need it, you are not only taking away the basic human right to have a meal, you are also taking away our rights as citizens to use our money the way we choose on our time. Just because someone doesn't have the same fortune as you doesn't mean they can be ignored or pushed around. You're creating economic segregation, thinking that no one will fight back. Well, we are here to fight back for those that go unheard. I used to be one of those that you don't recognize as people worth fighting for. Tonight, we said the Pledge of Allegiance. The last part of it states with liberty and justice for all. But the disadvantaged don't have liberty or justice when they're pushed around, go unheard, and are harassed. A lot of people want to say that they're being harassed by the police. Unfortunately, police are only following the orders of those that are above them, which just so happens to be city council. So the fault shouldn't fall on the police for the harassment, but on the conscience of everyone sitting on city council. City council says they want to find solutions, but at what point are you going to work with us to find solutions? The sidewalk outside City Park is the area we feed. The park is the only place where government-issued phones can be charged a handful at a time on Sundays. It is the only place that will allow the disadvantaged to actually use the bathroom, wash their faces and hands, and even give them a safe haven for a short while. But what city council is trying to do is take away those basic human rights. We are willing to work with city council. And if you really cared, they're doing a feeding right outside this building right now.
Thank you. Rebecca Deal, followed by George Ichini, followed by Malik Hugh.
Hey, my name is Rebecca Deal. Like Mike Murray, I am also very nervous because I don't do stuff like this, but I
Could
believe in
you
standing up for people who cannot
be
stand up
closer
for
to the
themselves.
microphone?
Is that better?
You can also
closer?
move it too.
Does that help? Okay. So I serve a meal in Center City Park on Sunday at 6 p.m. I'm also assisting with getting Friday going for the last month. We just started at the end of August. So I started in May of 2020 when I saw a need. I would go walking downtown and see how many people were in the park and other places downtown. And I just began talking to them and offering prayer and found out there was a gap on Sunday because the people who used to serve had stopped because of COVID. The people who I serve are just that, people. They are like you and me and should be treated as humans. They help me week after week with unloading the car, setting up, loading things back in the car after everything is done, and also cleaning up after the meal. We make sure all the trash is up week after week. We do take our own trash bags out there and make sure everything is up. There are people out here from all walks of life who became homeless for different reasons. Some work every day but don't make enough to be able to afford housing that is available. Some are unable to work and don't have access to programs that may be able to help them, or we don't have anything in place. There are also some who have mental health or addiction issues. If we focused our time and money on addressing these issues, we would have greater impact. Working on the issue of there not being housing that is affordable, having things in place for those who cannot work, more programs available for those who need treatment for addiction that don't have money or insurance would all help the issue of homelessness in a greater way by getting to the root of it. Loving on people instead of telling them how bad they are is always going to be better overall. It's going to have greater results. Not only do we provide a meal, we cover basic things like clothing, hygiene. We assist with finding treatment for addiction. We provide a listening ear and encouragement, which is more important than the meal itself. Getting us out of the park, those of us who feed and the homeless, it only removes it from your sight. It does not solve anything. We could very easily be talking about any one of us in this room. If this was your brother, sister, mother, or father, would you make the same decision or would you think differently? It seems that if we humanize this issue instead of criminalize it, we will make a greater impact. Thank you.
Grace and peace to you. My name is George Achini. I'm an advocate for the disenfranchised, for the ignored, the sick, the suffering, the excluded, the depleted, the least for short. These are my credentials. I'll be 66 years old, December the 15th, if I live to be that day. That makes me an elder. 2, I'm homeless. 3, I don't have a job. 4, I got bipolar schizophrenia, PTSD, and OCD. That qualifies me to speak on the behalf of my people. And when everything is said and done today, me and Rhodes, we're gonna go sleep in doorways. Everybody walk into a key. Now, listen to me, people. You are the powers that be. When you sit in your high places and you want to help people, and you don't do your due diligence to find out who these people are, you will assume. And your assumptions hurt. I'm gonna give you a typical point. Okay, somebody decided to give a crackhead $2,000 and call it a stimulus check. That's $2,000 with no structure. If you are taking the time to know us, you will know that $2,000 is an incentive. You put it here and say, okay, George, if you go through this program, take your meds and all that, this is $2,000 for you. No, you give it to us. Now, that's what the problem is. Now, we took this money. Now, we were kids in the candy store, and the dope man saw an opportunity and started cutting the dope for volume with fentanyl. And we not only consumed a lot of it, we consumed a lot of the worst drugs that ever existed. Those of us that were fortunate OD'd and died. The rest that remain are deteriorating at the level that you don't have a clue. I'm gonna give you an instance. A young man who was very particular about the way he looked was walking around downtown stark naked, not even a toothpick. I'm also the liaison, the police liaison appointed by Deputy Chief Mike Terry with the homeless and the police. So together we worked and convinced this guy to go to the hospital. I went with him. Hours later, we sent him back to the street. Okay, the next day he got locked up, and the day after that, he was at the park. Now, rather than address those kind of issues, now you are at the park. Now, let's take the park, for instance. The park is where we congregate. For the lack of way to go, for the lack of what to do, we congregate there. Okay, now, it's not a pleasant sight. Oh, we're not pleasant either. Okay, now, rather than deal with those issues, you go to attack the people that take the time to come and feed us for decades. Now you want to legislate that? For decades, they've been coming. Have you ever sat in front of a pot and cooked for 100 people? For no vote, for no pay? They do that. And then now you want to legislate them and about trash. We are the trash you left behind.
Malik Hugh, followed by Danielle Joseph, followed by Hester Petty.
The city council members and Mayor Pro Tem, y'all, and everybody in the audience. Tonight, I had to come out here to fight for my homeless community, to stand up and back them up and back my team up so much that I really want to. Because right now we are fighting to find a place to stay at nighttime. Because the IRC don't want to help us, we are trying to find us a new location, and we're asking, and I've been coming to the city to ask the city to make changes for us to have another place for us to stay at nighttime. I've been advocating, I've been behind them, and I'm gonna stay behind my team, and I'm gonna stay behind my homeless members. I've been hearing and ear watching what they've been saying. I've been trying to figure out what we can do to make it better out here, to make a better place for these people to stay at nighttime, to keep us safe and to keep us somewhere we can lay our heads. Because right now, our homeless members, too many of our homeless members have passed away. We have had too many people that have left our community and it's going on up in the big world. So now I'm making change to stand up and advocate for my community, because it's time to change. And it's time that we need to change. Our homeless members need to get off these streets, and they need to find somewhere so they can get back in the job community and get back ready. Job readiness need to be out here more often. And more of my homeless members that are out here that came out here and fed us, they are still gonna feed us, but we're asking for more help. We're asking for more feedings. We're asking for more locations. And I'm not gonna stop until it's done. Because my city council, Nancy Vaughn, you already done came out there, you done seen what's going on. Hoffman, you done seen what's going on. All of y'all have seen what we've been going behind. I'm standing up here, been trying to find locations here and there for my city and trying to fight. City manager, it's your turn to come out here and see. It's time for y'all to come out here and see what's going on the outside. It's time for y'all to stand up and see what we got going on, because we need bigger help. We need help because we got so many feedings that we need people to be at, and we're trying to find a location. I'm standing strong. No matter what we got going on, it's going to be for the homeless community, and I'm putting the homeless community on my back, to backburn them every day, to have meetings with my homeless members, and I want to have meetings with y'all, city council. I want to have private ones with y'all, each and every one of y'all, even city manager, even all of y'all, because it's time that my people have been voicing our opinions out here, and we're not going to stop until it's done, until the city finally figures out what we're going to do to make change. Like a Skid Row out there, I got people that I know that out there. I don't even talk to a girl that's a hairstylist out there. I'm trying to bring Greensboro up to a bigger and better city. Instead of having this tent city, we're going to make a land that's going to have tiny houses involved. It's going to make our team and come out here and build. Because I'm standing behind the tiny house team, and I'm standing behind the homeless and my team. Y'all have a great day.
Okay, hi everybody, good evening. My name is Sierra Franco and I'm an undergraduate student at North Carolina A&T State University. There are a lot of privileges that allow me to
I'm
be
sorry,
today.
could you give us your name again?
Sierra Franco.
And had you signed up?
Yeah, my name is actually at the very end, Sierra F.
No, I called Danielle Joseph.
I didn't see her stand up. Oh, thanks.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem Johnson and city council members. My name is Danielle Joseph, and I am currently the reigning Miss Piedmont USA 2023, and I will be competing in Miss North Carolina USA 2023. My platform this evening that I want to speak about is promoting the value of education and helping the scholars to understand how important academic excellence and generational wealth is. Whether formal or informal, when education is paired with discipline, it fosters a sense of intrinsic value and deeper level of focus that allows lifelong learners to excel in every aspect of their lives. My vision is to pay it forward, and I want to empower, cultivate esteemed leaders by utilizing discipline, focus, and equity to bridge the gap between our goals and accomplishments, fixate on endless possibilities and outcomes instead of obstacles, and have an in-depth understanding of where we are and what we need to maneuver through these disadvantages. I come before you to speak not only as Miss Piedmont USA, but as an educator myself. I recognize the disadvantages in the classroom, the socioeconomic problems that my scholars face, the social and emotional behavioral problems that prevent my scholars from being able to process the information that they need to excel. I also recognize that I've been teaching for 6 years, and the first year teachers in the classroom, they don't have the tools and resources that they need in order to excel. So I come before you again as Ms. Piedmont USA, and I hope to get your support. Thank you.
Thank you. Sierra, you were signed up to speak under the ordinance changes, and that'll be later on. Yes.
Don't trust this mic. Good evening. My name is Hester Petty. So it's interesting to note that with all the problems in Greensboro, the city council has chosen to focus on criminalizing the homeless and those who serve the homeless community with 3 revised ordinances that you will be voting on tonight. It's no surprise to me that these issues have made it into the city agenda so quickly after the recent election, given that Zach Matheny, vocal lobbyist for Downtown Greensboro, Inc., is now on city council. I can only hope that our new District 3 representative will eventually notice that his district is more than the blocks that compose downtown, and definitely more than the 2 downtown parks he seems so concerned about. As for housing the homeless, the disabled, the elderly, neither Zach nor previous city councils have done much to help, focusing instead on laws criminalizing panhandling and limiting access to public spaces by the poor. This city needs affordable housing, and not the so-called affordable housing that you've been subsidizing that's based on 80% of the median income. I mean housing based on 0 to 30% of the median income. You want the homeless off the streets? Here's an idea. Give them homes. If you can spend $60 million housing cars in 2 downtown parking decks for a couple of rich developers, you can afford to house anyone who needs a home in our city. On a personal note, there's a saying that we're all just a step away, one crisis away from homelessness. Each month I spend most of my Social Security retirement check on living expenses, but I'm lucky because of white privilege, good parents, and some inheritance from some dead relatives. I have a paid for house and a paid for car. So all I do is pay property tax and homeowners insurance, but no rent. If I had to sell my house tomorrow and rent an apartment in Greensboro, I'd have to use 2/3 of my income on rent alone. Luckily, that won't happen because I have options. But not everybody has options. Some folks have no options. In the next 4 years, put housing first. Thank you for your time and attention.
Thank you. So we have a few people on Zoom to talk about paratransit. I'm not sure if everybody signed in. I do know we have Anthony Young, Angel Ahmad, and Addie Carson. I don't know if Tracy King or Tanya Hamel are on, but let's start with Anthony Young. Is Mr. Young?
He has unmuted, Mayor.
Okay, Mr. Young?
Hello?
Yes, is this Mr. Young?
Yes, it is.
Okay, you have 3 minutes.
Okay, good evening to everyone, City Council and Mayor. I'm concerned about the
Can you?
paratransit increase.
He's on a phone. Okay, I'm sorry, go ahead.
I want to speak to you this evening concerning the paratransit fare increase beginning January 1st, 2023. I want to voice my opinion that I feel like this is too much of an increase, even though it's 50 cents, it adds up to $1 because if you leave home coming back, that'll be 50 cents going one way, 50 cents coming back. So actually that's $1 increase. And what I was going to ask the council to consider, if you're going to do an increase, at least make it 25 cents instead of 50. Because a lot of us are on fixed incomes, we are disabled, and our Social Security is one of our only sources of income. And we're having to have a choice of either riding the bus, getting groceries, or a doctor's appointment. And this increase would be unfair to a paratransit rider, being that we're on a fixed income. And I would ask the council to relook at that decision that was made to do that increase for the benefit of the paratransit riders and also the fixed route riders that this is affecting. A lot of our citizens are disabled. We just do not have that source of money to afford that increase. I want to say thank you for your time. Thank you for listening. I hope you reconsider this decision. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Ahmad, are you on? And if you could put your camera on as well.
Good evening, Mayor Vaughn and members of City Council.
Dr.
My
Ahmad,
name
you
is,
might want to bring your camera down a little bit.
okay. My
Perfect,
name,
thank you.
is that bit? Okay. My
Perfect.
name is Dr. Angel Ahmad. I'm the interim chair of the Larsina Johnson Writers Advisory Committee. And I'm speaking with you today about the proposed increase in the paratransit fare. This fare was just increased in January of this year. And the paratransit was the only service to get the increase. And now this 50-cent increase is placing an undue burden on our riders. This decision was made in 2021, but since that time in 2022, cost of everything has gone through the roof for food, for transportation. And as someone stated, this 50-cent increase is actually $1 increase for every time you go out and take a trip. Back in 2006, we worked with the city about the increased fare proposal, and the city decided to make the increase in an incremental basis that wouldn't create a hardship. So there were 3 different periods for an increase, and each time it was raised only 25 cents. I'm proposing that we go back to that structure because the 50 cents increase at this time under the conditions that's oppressing most everyone is really unfair. And then the following year, you're planning to go up again. So I think we should be reasonable. We should be fair. Not only are they fixed income, but they're low fixed income. So this 50 cents per trip it will create too much of a hardship because after all, if you go out, you have to come back. And people have reported that they had a 50-cent increase on their checks. And so this increase will just wipe that out. So they can't afford it, reality being told. So there's time to revisit this. It doesn't have to go down this way. Please reconsider this plan that was hatched in 2021 when economic conditions were different. Even I am having to make different decisions when I go to the grocery store that I didn't have to make before because of costs. Thank you.
Thank you. And I believe our last speaker is Addie Carson. I don't believe the other two for Paratransit has signed on. Addie Carson? Addie, are you on?
Madam Mayor, they are on the line and they have unmuted.
I am Tanya Haniel. I
Okay,
just
you're there.
unmuted my phone.
You're good.
I'm not sure if Eddie Carson is there or not.
Oh, that's not her. Who is speaking now?
No, I'm Tanya Haniel.
Oh, okay.
Who?
That was Dr.
Is
Ahmed.
Eddie Carson there?
Madam Clerk, is there anybody else on the Zoom?
I believe that was Tanya.
Tanya, is that you?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
All righty. I just wanted to piggyback on what has been said regarding the fee increase for Access GSO. It may not seem like much, but it is expensive. Once you, like I said, once you go out, you have to come back, and that's only one trip. Suppose you have to make another trip, say to the grocery store, and then you got to go to the doctor's or vice versa. That adds up. And I had the misfortune of I don't have to worry about rent. I'm on disability and I'm able to pay for my rent. My rent went up $100 last year. It went up another $100 this year. And when I do my math, I think they say that rent should be no more than 40% of your income. My rent is 3/4 of my income. So that does not leave me with much at all. So that little 25 cents going out, $1 or 50 cents coming back, it will put a real hardship on me. That's just, like I said, that's just my rent. That's not even bringing into consideration the utilities that I have to pay, food that I have to put on my table so I can eat, paying for my doctor's bills, my co-pays. It's just a real struggle right now, and it's getting worse. So I just ask that, like others have asked, to please reconsider this fee increase, because it really, really would put a hurting on all of us right now. Thank you for your time and your support.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, is there anybody else on Zoom?
Yes, it is.
Okay, could you identify yourself, please?
Yes, I can. My name is Tracy King. I am the intern secretary for the Lucina Johnson Riders Advisory Committee. This is pertaining to the 2023 increase and the 2024 increase. This 50 cents hardship is not only affected with the disabled, senior citizens, low income, individuals who have no choice, such as dialysis. Most of these individuals have to go to dialysis at least 3 days a week, and they have no choice of being able to pay what you're asking. I'm asking that you reconsider at this time a 25 cents proposed increase versus the 50 cents increase, because this is hardship on everyone. This is a choice between paying for medicine, paying for food, paying for transportation, and you don't have the additional money to go out like some of people do. For an example, the new GPAC Center. A lot of us do not have that kind of money for entertainment. Once you receive your disability once a month, once you spend what you need for rent or mortgage, food, medicine, dialysis, and a few other little things, you don't have any money left until your next check. You're always in the red because you don't have enough money coming in. Thank you, and I appreciate your reconsideration on the 50 cents increase.
Thank you. Addie Carson? No.
She is unmuted, Madam Mayor.
She is unmuted. Ms. Carson? Okay. Well, then those are all the speakers that we have from speakers from the floor on non-agenda items. So at this point, we are going to move, we have a consent agenda, one public hearing with no speakers and one general business with no speakers, and then we'll take a break.
Move the consent agenda.
Okay, moved by Mayor Pro Tem, seconded by Mr. Matheny. Consent agenda. Council, please vote.
You may have to
And
call.
it's not coming up. Mrs. Hoffman? Mrs. Thurm?
Yes.
Dr. Wells? Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
Yes. Ms. Abuzawader? Mr. Matheny? Mr. Holston?
Yes.
And Mrs. Hightower?
Yes.
And that passes 9-0. The public hearing item that we have is H.1, public hearing to receive public comments on the 2022 Justice Assistant Grant. We have no speakers on that item.
Second.
That has been moved, and we're just receiving comment, or is there, that's it? There were no comments to receive on H1. And then I1 is a solid waste hauling services contract resolution to approve in the estimated amount of $12,783,347 with Hillco Transport.
Move the item.
Moved by Mr. Holston, seconded by Mr. Matheny. Council, please vote. Mrs. Hoffman? Mrs. Thurm?
Yes.
Dr. Wells? Mayor Pro Tem? Yes. Ms. Abuzawader?
Yes.
Mr. Matheny? Mr. Holston?
Yes.
And Mrs. Hightower?
And which item is this?
This is the Hillco, I.1.
Okay, so I'm gonna support the item, but what I am gonna say is that I would like for, as we look at the subcontracting opportunities, I think we need to go back and revisit some of the contract requirements for contracting on, in order to get MWBE participation, because this is a landfill contract. And so what I've heard in the past is that you need a certain truck, you need a certain set of tires, you have to basically buy new equipment. And this is why we don't find, really, we have a minority on it tonight, but it's a combined goal.
And I don't like combined goals, which means that typically when you combine goals, then Blacks suffer the greatest because they don't get the opportunity. But in the last opportunity, the person almost went bankrupt because we don't really look at the requirements in that contract and to make those subcontractors aware of what they actually have to do to be a part of this contract. So we really need to look more into that as we offer these opportunities. We talk about inclusion, but we need to ensure. And I just don't like combined goals because it really does leave out those who may even want to learn to be a part of this type of opportunity. So.
Thank you.
Thank
We do have a motion and a second on that. Council, please vote. Mrs. Hoffman? Mrs. Thurm?
Yes.
Dr. Wells? Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
I'm a yes. Ms. Abuzawader?
Yes.
Mr. Matheny? Mr. Holston?
Yes.
And Mrs. Hightower?
Yes.
And that passes 9-0. There's one other item, which is just a funding item. It's not approving new projects, and then we'll go to break. I.2, ordinance to establish funding for council approved ARPA enabled funds. Moved by Mrs. Thurm, seconded by Mr. Holston. Council, please vote. Mrs. Hoffman? Mrs. Thurm?
Yes.
Dr. Wells? Yes. Mrs. Abuzawader?
Yes.
Mr. Matheny? Mr. Holston?
Yes.
And Mrs. Hightower?
Yes.
And that passes 8-1. We are going to take a break since it is around 7:30. If we could limit that break to 15 minutes. So it is now 7:36, so 15 minutes.
I can't get no groceries in here. I can't get no groceries in there.
I'll give it back a little bit.
It's cute.
Oh, so sorry.
Trey. 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 I didn't call you for that. I don't care, but anyway, did you get an invitation to my birthday party? Okay, they're gonna get you. They're gonna get you.
Good evening and welcome back to the city council meeting. We are going to read items I3, I4, and I5 together. We do have a number of speakers. Item number I.3 is an ordinance to adopt amendments to Greensboro City Code of Ordinances, section 16-10, putting objects or substances in street or other public place or space. Item I.4, ordinance to adopt amendments to Greensboro City Code of Ordinances, section 18-44, blocking or impeding street and sidewalk access. Item I.5, ordinance to adopt amendment to Greensboro City Code of Ordinances, section 18-50, unlawful noise producing activities. We do have a number of speakers. We'll take the speakers first. And so we have Hester Petty, followed by Heather Griffin, followed by Vaughn Ramsey.
All right, my name is Hester Petty. And I don't usually speak without anything in front of me, but I want to say this to y'all, especially Mayor Vaughn. These are three very, very different ordinances. And you have decided to put them all at one time. I was prepared to speak on each one because each one has individual issues that need to be discussed. I don't have time to do that with only 3 minutes. You know, in the old days, we used to have 5 minutes public comment, and then you guys knocked it down to 3 minutes. And now you're putting ordinances together, giving the people less and less time to come here and speak to you. And this is the only time we get to talk to you face to face, and you keep limiting it more and more. I don't care if you don't like hearing the same thing over and over again, but you got to give these people credit. They come here. People send you emails all the time. You get phone calls all the time. These people took time out of their day to come here to speak to you. And you should pay attention, and you should give us the time we deserve. And I got one more thing to say. Mr. Matheny, Zach, if he does not recuse himself from voting on these 3 ordinances, because he has being paid by DGI, and this is all about downtown. It's all about downtown. It's all about the homeless downtown. Because there's not going to be a cop next to me when someone's stereo is blasting at the corner of New Garden Road and somewhere else. The only time these ordinances are ever going to get people going to get fines or charged or whatever is going to be downtown with all the bike cops, with all the ambassadors, the whatever they do. Snitches, I don't know. But I am very, very upset about you doing this. I did send you all what I meant to say those 3 times. Read it or don't read it. I don't care. You don't listen to us anyway.
I do want to say two things. We actually give people more time to speak than they've had in the past. When we had people speaking at both meetings, it was for a maximum of 30 minutes each meeting. What we did is we designed this first meeting where we would have unlimited speakers. And I think you saw that we had unlimited speakers and everybody had 3 minutes to speak. We exceed by far what the state requires us to do. And I will say we read every email that we get. And it is important that we hear from people. And that is why we arranged this first meeting of the month to be a town hall meeting. So people could come and speak to us about a variety of different issues. Quite frankly, what we saw when we were doing them every meeting is that the same people were coming to the first and second meeting, that we weren't getting a variety of different speakers. And I think that you will see today that we did. Regarding these ordinances just being downtown, we had a speaker at the last meeting on an ordinance who talked about the issues that they have on JJ Drive and Randleman Road. We've seen the same issues on Wendover, specifically West Wendover, that there are issues. This is not just a downtown issue. This is a Greensboro issue, and it is throughout the entire city. And we hear from people all over the city with these same concerns. So I think it's very important for that to be on the record. Our next speaker is Heather Griffin, followed by Vaughn Ramsey, followed by Amy Williams.
So Madam Mayor, before you call up, as you called up the speaker, I just want to be clear though. I was one of the ones that wanted everyone to speak on an individual item, not combined item. So I need to be on the record to make that clear. I was here to hear each and every individual item and for people to speak on it.
Heather Griffin. Good evening. My name is Heather Griffin. Please excuse me for my nervousness. I speak to 5-year-olds all day as a teacher, and I'm nervous when I talk to adults. I'm here to address the apparent mistreatment and bullying aimed at our homeless population. Proverbs 31:8-9 says, "Speak up for those who cannot speak up for themselves, for the rights of all who are destitute. Speak up and judge fairly. Defend the rights of the poor and needy." At tonight's meeting, you are discussing the ordinance section 16-10 regarding trash in public spaces. Persons experiencing homelessness do not want to be homeless. None of us want to be homeless. Whatever their circumstances, life has brought them to a point where they're having to live on the streets and survive any way they can. These individuals are people, humans, deserving of fair treatment and respect. Most homeless people travel with their belongings on them. They either have a suitcase or some kind of cart. Sometimes it's a backpack. If they leave it unattended, there's probably a reason. Nobody wants all of their life possessions, their harmless possessions, thrown away simply because they went to get food or went to use the restroom. You can tell whether something is someone's belongings or whether it is something that's harmful. It has also been brought about the comments that Mr. Matheny has made about feeding the homeless. I volunteer with the 16-cent ministry, who some have spoke of tonight. We serve homeless and low-income population every Saturday night at the church under the bridge, under the Spring Garden Eugene Street Bridge. Various community organizations and churches volunteer to bring meals, provide music, and give a message of the gospel. Several other members connected to our group have taken it upon themselves to serve meals at other times in other areas of the city. These meals may be the only food that this homeless population gets, and they depend on us. We serve in a sanitary manner. I have been Serve Safe certified in the past. So anytime I'm there, I'm making sure we're doing it the right way. We have trash receptacles that we put out and make sure that we clean up and leave the area nicer than we found it. Some who are served may get a to-go container to have a meal for later. We have no control over what they do with that to-go container. Just like if someone got a meal from McDonald's and then tossed it out their window, you can't fault McDonald's for that. Mr. Matheny was quoted that we show up at any given time and serve the homeless without any kind of regulations. Last I checked, when I had a meal at my church, there was no health department rating on the wall. There were no Serve Safe certified certifications on the wall. We don't have to go through the health department. Nonprofits and religious organizations typically do not have to have a permit or have inspection. We are simply feeding the homeless, and we invite you to come help us Saturday night, 6 o'clock under the bridge. Thank you.
I do want to be clear about something. Excuse me. I do want to be clear that none of these ordinances have anything to do with feeding people or restricting that. So that is not what is on these ordinances. So Vaughn Ramsey, Amy Williams, Amy Haley. Amy Haley, Billy Belcher, Keith, Carl Dove. Go ahead, Amy.
Good evening, Mayor, council members and staff. I'm grateful for this opportunity to share briefly with you today. My name is Amy Haley, and I'm the director of Made to Soar Ministries, a 501c3 nonprofit ministry that serves both locally and internationally. Back in March, I vividly remember walking around Spring Garden Street and around downtown Greensboro, praying for God's direction about filling a need identified in the community. meals on Friday nights. I parked my car intending to start prayer walking around the area. As I got out of the car, I saw a Greensboro police car pull up nearby. To ensure that I could park in that location, I waved at the police officer and asked for permission. I introduced myself and mentioned my intention was to walk around. I took the opportunity to ask the officer what he felt like was the most pressing needs in Greensboro. He stated gun violence and homelessness. He appeared discouraged and unhopeful. He said if you could help with either of these areas, that would be great. Again, appearing discouraged. The interaction with that officer stirred my heart and my prayers that day. With serving, coordinating, and talking with other community leaders, I learned of the gap in weekly meals for those experiencing homelessness and prayerfully decided to begin filling in the gap on Friday nights in Center City Park. It has truly been a blessing to be in Center City Park each week. It is not simply providing a meal each week, it is a relationship building, getting to know those we are serving, hearing their stories, listening to them share their challenges, successes, updates each week, and praying with them. It is both heartbreaking and joy-filled. Jesus was the greatest example of relationship building. He met people right where they are. Everyone represented in the community we serve has a different background and circumstance, barriers that make it difficult to overcome. Several are patiently waiting for an housing availability, either on public housing waiting lists or already having a housing voucher, just waiting on an available opening and making calls and waiting on return calls. Many have jobs and are trying to save towards obtaining shelter, but it takes time. Some are battling addiction or mental health concerns or other circumstances. In spite of these varying circumstances and heartbreaking realities, I see hope. I see people who are grateful for what is provided for them. Each week, many of those we serve assist in setup, cleanup, including proper disposal of trash. It is my prayer that they feel valued, cared about, and not overlooked. They are our neighbors and friends, not an inconvenience or nuisance. As a leader, I understand the importance of decisions that impact others. I'm not here to claim that I can provide a clear-cut solution to the issues being discussed and voted here tonight, but I'm here to say I'm willing to collaborate, and I appreciate you all for hearing us. So thank you.
Keith curled up, followed by Del Stone, followed by Frank Mickens.
So thank you for letting me speak this evening. I am Reverend Keith Curldove, and I am the pastor at New Creation Community Presbyterian Church, where we have a long history of welcoming people experiencing homelessness as full members of our spiritual family. So because of that, I am here to express concern about amendments to the Greensboro City Code that will further criminalize poverty and homelessness. As a Christian minister, I speak in terms of Christian theology. But even if we do not share theology, I appeal to our shared morality and humanity. These amendments create criminals and do not prevent crime. In theological terms, I believe our city government is practicing the ancient ritual of scapegoating, in which communities would symbolically place their collective sin on the back of a goat and send it off in the wilderness to die. For ancient Israelites, this used to occur on Yom Kippur, the Day of Atonement, which coincidentally begins tomorrow at sunset. As our Jewish siblings prepare to observe the Day of Atonement faithfully, our city government is actively engaging in a perverted and false atonement by turning people without houses into scapegoats and placing our systemic sin of inequality on their backs, forcing them out of the city and into the wilderness to die. As Duke Divinity School professor emeritus Charles Campbell writes, if homeless people can be turned into criminals, then the sin and guilt of our social order can be heaped upon their shoulders. The rest of us can breathe easy, absolved of our own sin and guilt as we drive the homeless from our midst. As a Christian community, our congregation believes that God's mission in the world is the enactment of good news to the poor. We have made promises to live according to Matthew chapter 25, in which Jesus fully identifies with the least of these and declares that whatever we do to them, we do to him. We also know that Jesus was homeless himself, with no place to lay his head. Therefore, we believe that our city government is criminalizing Jesus once again. Even if city ordinances declare it so, being without a house is not criminal. Upholding a system of inequality that allows homelessness to exist is criminal. And forcing people without houses into the wilderness with our sin on their backs is injustice of the highest order. We believe that it is a Christian imperative for us to stand where our homeless Lord stands, which is always against injustice and with the wronged. Therefore, we oppose any and all amendments to the Greensboro City Code that criminalize poverty and homelessness or limit acts of assistance to the least of these. We pray that the council will have softened hearts and choose to work against the evil that creates homelessness and poverty rather than uphold it. Thank you.
Dale Stone, followed by Frank Mickens. Is Sharon Burgos here?
She is on Zoom, Madam Mayor.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. I'm Del Stone with the Working Class and Houses Organizing Alliance. Whoa. I want to first start by echoing my support for the speakers who spoke earlier against the impairment for a permit in order to feed people in the park. That I would echo all of their sentiments against that. And also to speak directly to the ordinances being proposed tonight, these proposed changes, I think that these directly criminalize people for something as simple as existing in public space. So look at the first one. Amendments to section 1610 of the city ordinances make it a finable misdemeanor to leave belongings in public space, but not just that. The revised text is so comprehensive, it includes things like ashes. It makes it a misdemeanor to deposit ashes on the street. This literally criminalizes smoking a cigarette. Amendments to section 1844 make it a finable misdemeanor to block 36 inches of a passageway or building entrance, even if the building's vacant. This can be used to criminalize someone for standing under an awning or resting on the sidewalk. This is written so broadly, it can allow a cop to ticket and fine someone just for pausing to chat and talk in a public thoroughfare. Amendment to the third section, 18-50, brought in the noise ordinance to include any amplified sound. This means that cops can fine people for using megaphones. Is it any coincidence that this criminalizes demonstrators who may use a megaphone to give speeches at a rally or chants during a march? The point is, all of these ordinance amendments broaden the scope of control. The changes further empower police to harass whomever they choose. And we know, with the long racist history and the recent racist past and the present racist state of the Greensboro Police Department, who exactly they're going to be targeting with these heightened enforcement mechanisms. I don't expect many of our city council members, if any, who are sitting in their comfortable chairs waiting to go home to their comfortable houses to care about the rights of people that they seem to barely consider human. When officials feel insulated from the effects of the policies that criminalize, when they are so confident in their wealth and their status that they know they won't have to face the consequences of the law, why would they care? We can't even get this council to care about protecting people from violent assaults from anti-abortion protesters. We have every reason to believe that these fascist ordinance changes will pass tonight because we have every reason to believe this council is fascist. What I would like is for the mask of fascism to be lifted and people in the city to recognize that intensifying criminalization of everyday activities most hurts those who have the least space, the least money, the least opportunity, and the least amount of options. Mayor Vaughn has said that she doesn't want to criminalize poverty, but she is. Like any fascist, the mayor and the rest of the city government is drawing lines between those who have and those who have not, those who have places to rest and those without, those who can advocate for their rights in backroom channels and those who have to fight for them publicly. We see this council, we recognize its fascism, and we won't stop fighting. Thank you.
Right. So, Mr. City Attorney, Mr. City Attorney, I know that when that protests and the governor had talked about protests and rallies as something separate, and that would continue to be allowed to use amplified sound, especially with permits, so that would not that what was just said, I just want to set the record straight that that does not apply to rallies and protests.
They don't need to talk from the floor like that.
Please, no speaking out from the audience.
It's a matter of enforcement, and certainly those would generally be not enforced. It's not stated in the language.
Can you speak up, Chuck? Say that
Yeah,
again, please.
Well, as it was mentioned, it's not stated in the language, but there's case law to support the thought that it wouldn't be enforceable for free speech. We've seen that in connection with the pandemic restrictions and so forth. There's a First Amendment exception that courts recognize.
So it wouldn't apply to someone who is protesting somewhere with loud noise. You know, this troubles me anyway, because we never came back and finished discussing this for me. Satisfactory reading for me from the work session anyway. So does it need to be stated to be clear?
It could be added, certainly.
Because I think it should be stated to be clear if someone was to read it and not know.
That's what you all say.
So does that require a motion when we get to that item?
Sure.
I couldn't really hear.
She's asking if it would require a motion.
I'm asking, does it require a motion? To state it to be clear so that people understand. I understand what you're trying to do with the noise ordinance, what we talked about and some of the loudness. But if it's stepping on the toes of free speech or people who want to protest, we don't need to do that. And if we need to state it in the ordinance to be very clear, even though it may be understood, as you say, Mr. City Attorney, I think for clarity purposes and for understanding purposes, we should state it that way. And that's what I'm saying.
That's at you all's pleasure.
Right, I understand. But so I'm asking, when that time comes, can we make a motion to make sure that that verbiage is stated for clarity? That it does not, speak to protesting.
Yeah, permitted protests and rallies.
And rallies. Because if we get down to it after a while, you could say a cheerleader on a football team with a megaphone could violate noise. So I don't want to get down into the weeds of stuff like that. Just for clarity's sake.
And we're still talking about amplified sound,
Right.
not just reckless sound, amplified sound.
Amplified sound, yes.
Mr. Mickens,
sorry, Frank.
Then Ms. Burgos is on Zoom, followed by Luis Medina.
Hello, everyone. I just felt like I should say first that I'm really coming in the spirit of love, y'all. Okay, we're all God's kids. I felt it important to acknowledge that I wanted to acknowledge that I understand, and many of us that I've talked to understand the business community and even residents that have concerns about issues of safety and decency and all of that. And so what I'm discerning at this time is maybe we take our time with this one and allow patience and wisdom and maybe some discussions to figure out how do we make our city for everyone, right? I don't think anyone here, and I actually want to apologize to you, Zach, personally. I don't think you deserve being called names and things. Love is for everyone. And I do want to share my personal experience because a lot of people in here don't know me outside of what I used to do. But now I help Mike when Mike needs help at 16 cents. I do a lot of street ministry. I meet a lot of people. George, who spoke earlier, is a friend of mine. I see him almost weekly. And it's really tough, y'all, to hear the stories. And you're sitting there and you're like, man, I've got like $10 in my pocket, but that's not going to make a dent. You know, I know people, but there's a waiting list for affordable housing, right? I mean, this stuff is deep and it's spiritual as much as it is physical. And so I want to appeal to all of our innermost beings and ask the question, how do we move forward together with some patience? My brother here mentioned Matthew 25, and Jesus used the term least of these. And I've spent a lot of time thinking about that because I know Jesus doesn't consider anyone lesser than. My true belief is that Jesus was using a term he knew we would understand. And then he put it on its ear and says, love them like you love me. Everyone in here is not Christian, but the point he was making is there's no dissimulation in love. There's no partiality. And as much as I would love to be able to talk about this forever and ever, I just want to see our city full of joy everywhere. And I don't envy your position. I don't get your emails. I don't get your phone calls, okay? I don't have to campaign. I don't have to have people, I don't have to be concerned for my safety. You know, all this stuff's real. But I do want to appeal to who I know each of you to be. I don't know all of you personally, but I know each of you in some form or fashion for the most part. And I know you're good people, and I know you want to do the right thing. And I'm not going to demonize you. I just invite you to maybe press the pause button on this thing and figure out if there's a path forward that would involve more insight from other folks. Thank you so very much.
Ms. Burgos on Zoom.
Yes. Let me know when I should start.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm Sharon Burgos. I volunteer with Breakfast in the Park. And we do have a concern about how impeding the sidewalk, that ordinance, might be used to shut us down, fine us. We are a group of 5 women, all volunteers, in partnership with Love and Family Transition, which is an extension of the Powerhouse of Deliverance Church here in Greensboro. We serve breakfast every Monday morning at Center City Park to anyone in need. I've been serving since 2016, every Monday. Between our 2 groups, we have a realtor, a professional cook, a nonprofit attorney, an ethics professor, and a spiritual leader. Together, we provide wholesome meals, clothing, hygiene items, winter coats, and sleeping bags, and most importantly, encouragement to people who are hungry or unhoused. Many of the people we serve are mentally ill or disabled in some way. They are not lazy or derelict. They are not employable in a 40-hour-a-week traditional job. They need supportive housing, free meals, not starvation. How would allowing mentally ill people to go hungry help? How would preventing Good Samaritans from clothing and feeding the homeless help? How does unkind treatment solve the problem? We can't jail all the mentally ill and homeless people. I know a man who was homeless for years. He ended up in the Guilford County Jail in 2019 for almost a year because he was trying to find shelter in a vacant building in the winter. He was 63 years old. The point is, if you're sincere about finding a humane solution, criminalizing homelessness and starving people is not the way. We will get licensed if we must, and we will do what's required in order to continue easing the suffering of those less fortunate among us. I ask that you do not make it an onerous or expensive prospect. Every penny and every minute spent satisfying licensing requirements will take away from us being able to offer real help to people in need. These are not hypothetical people. They are fellow human beings with names. Juanita and Rebecca will go hungry and could die from the cold this winter if the support we offer is taken away. They are middle-aged women dealing with profound mental illness alone. Getting by with the help the IRC and groups like ours can offer. When you look into the eyes of a shivering person on a bitterly cold morning, when it's barely light outside, you understand the problem on a whole nother level. I invite each of you to join us on any Monday morning, but maybe especially on a morning when it's below freezing, at 7:30 a.m. on the corner of Davie and Friendly. See with your own eyes the human beings you speak of but don't know.
Expired.
Listen to their stories, the issues they face before you make
Thank you.
decisions that will make their lives even harder. Thank you.
Thank you. Louis Medina, followed by Christine Hepner, followed by Paulette Montgomery.
Hello, my name is Louis Medina. I'm with the Houseless, Working Class and Houseless Organizing Alliance. We also feed the community. We do it every Saturday. We've been doing it for 4 years. I hear that Zach has an issue with garbage. That's your main issue. I think that if we're trying to clean up the city, I think the best way to do that is maybe you leave city council and take Nancy Vaughn with you for starters, right? But I think most people here would settle with just you taking this ordinance and balling it up and throwing it in the garbage. Okay, that's just a suggestion. In response to your ordinances, the Working Class and Houseless Organizing Alliance would like to introduce some demands with real solutions to the houseless problem. 1, cease any and all police harassment on the houseless. 2, remove all violent architecture and replace it with humane and inviting structures. Benches are for rest, awnings are to protect you from the weather. 3, install accessible public water fountains, public bathrooms, and public showers. You got an issue with people pissing in public? Well, then give them a bathroom. It's been 4 years and there are no public water fountains, right? It's been hot this summer. We've been 4 years, we've set these demands and you have not provided any water. Instead, you are kicking people out of the city. 4, provide free community transportation. There are some people here today that's sick of the transportation hikes. Every year or so, you hike them up. What is our tax dollars going to? Why can't you provide transportation? If you want people to get jobs, you want them to get to work, right? Maybe provide them a way to get there. 5, institute a houseless bill of rights so we can protect them from the police legally. 6, assure any and all trials of houseless is held by a jury of their peers. Obviously, y'all are way underqualified to be judging any houseless person. 7, abolish parasitic temp agencies and provide good jobs with benefits. 8, provide free and accessible storage for personal items. So if you want to deal with littering, why not take some of these dilapidated buildings sitting around downtown, purchase them, fix them so people have a place to put their stuff. Or better yet, I'm going to go through 9 real quick because we're going to get to the solution. 9, designate areas of safe encampment zones. Give a place for people to be. 10, allocate substantial funding to providing free housing, because the only solution to houselessness, the only solution, everybody knows it, everybody in this room, isn't to criminalize care or criminalize asking for help. It's houses. It's houses. Anyway, I think that would be a step in the right direction to solving the houseless problem. Those are our demands.
Christine Hepner, followed by Paulette Montgomery, followed by Sierra Franco.
What's wrong with my phone? Can I switch with Paulette?
Cool. Good evening. My name is Paulette Montgomery, Guilford County resident, and I'm here to speak on the new ordinances and our houseless situation in Greensboro. Trash is how I've heard the unhoused belongings being referred to.
I don't know if you realize what could happen by removing a person's belongings. A blanket to keep warm, water, clothes, and maybe medicine to keep them alive. If you have a diabetic out there who takes insulin and you take those belongings, what's going to happen to them? Are they going to be able to go to the hospital? We know what happens when the unhoused ask for help from the police. We saw that with Marcus Smith. So are they just going to die on the street from diabetic ketoacidosis? If they pass out and block the sidewalk, are you gonna fine them for obstruction too? What if you remove their belongings and they don't have their psychiatric meds? Are you going to be responsible for that person when they go manic in our town? Then placing criminal charges on the unhoused. How do you expect them to pay that $50 fine? Just another way to beat down on our marginalized citizens. Our unhoused population is not going away unless you do something, the right thing, and take care of this community. Instead of taking away all of their belongings, hoping they will just go away to some field somewhere. Where are they going to? Are we just going to arrest them and throw them in the jails? Are you really that heartless? They can't pay the fines to get out of jail either. So there's another issue this could create. So we're creating lawsuits on top of lawsuits and then an overcrowded jail situation. Mr. Matheny, I don't understand why you can't afford our unhoused the same consideration this community gave to you when you had a fundraiser to help with your wife's insurance bills from her cancer. God rest her soul. So you relied on help from the community while making a very nice salary. How do you even reconcile that? Speaks to your character for me, as well as your incoherent ramblings on Ian McDowell's post on Facebook, on the politics page where everybody can see the incoherent ramblings. So based on your continuance to whitewash Greensboro, I am personally setting up a patrol for downtown. We have several members already, and we will go daily, nightly, and we will be checking for the so-called trash that you're saying the organizations that feed the unhoused and the unhoused themselves are leaving behind. If we need to sit with someone's belongings while they run to the bathroom or get something to eat, we will be doing that also. I have left, he went ahead and dropped it off for you, some information on a program out of Charlotte called the Community Kitchen Program. They supply members with an invaluable skill set and assist with job placement upon completion of the program. This will grant people connected to the program the ability to support themselves and their families. The shopping carts that I gave you are personalized and a reminder that we will be seeing more of these on our streets if you don't make the right choices for the city. It's not a real good look. Thank you.
Christine Hepner, followed by Sierra Franco, followed by Catherine Bennett, and the final speaker will be Nora Ayala.
My name is Christine Hoffner.
I'm sorry.
I vote in Greensboro, and I'm concerned about these proposed ordinances and the ways in which they harass Greensboro's vulnerable residents. I saw 2 news items about Mr. Matheny's walk to scope out what he's calling the homeless situation in downtown Greensboro. I'll quote from them and add a few comments and questions of my own. The Rhino Times talked about Mr. Matheny's email as an invitation to walk through Center City Park with him to discuss solutions to the problems created by the growing homeless population. Interesting. He seems focused more on the park than on the people. But he said, let's try and help folks get the help they need, and I can learn why the organizations are unable to help them. Afterwards, he announced that the meeting in the park had been successful. So what did he learn? And what are the actions he's proposing to help these folks and support the organizations that help them? Why have we ended up with these ordinances? The Rhino Times article pointed out that the city manager noted that resolving this issue in our downtown would only result in creating the same issue in other parts of the city. He's exactly right. People are sleeping under bridges like along Spring Garden along the Greenway. Are these folks not deserving of the help Mr. Matheny seems so eager to offer? Meanwhile, the article says Mayor Vaughn responded to the walk with a list of actions. The ones I found most problematic are that unattended items will be removed from the park and arms will be added to benches to prohibit laying down. She did say that the city was also negotiating for land outside the downtown as a site for nonprofit outreach, such as providing meals.
Can we hear more about that tonight before these ordinances go into effect? The other article is from Fox 8, and it paints a glowing picture of Mr. Matheny. He's quoted talking about looking people in the eyes that need help and understanding what we can do to help them. And he referred to mental health services, housing options, and resources to address substance abuse as all being things that will have to take place. That sounds good to me. So what I want to know is what happened to pursuing these useful avenues? Housing options are key. Has City Council not heard about the success rate of Housing First programs? The article goes on to quote Mr. Matheny, vowing, until we help these folks in need, we're not going to stop. What has happened to his vow? Why is there nothing being voted on tonight that will help these folks in need? Has it turned out that Mr. Matheny has stopped? It ends up unclear if Mr. Matheny is one of those people he described at the September meeting, folks that think they are giving help, or maybe he's just talking like he's giving help. The Fox article asked for corrections at the end. Perhaps the fact that Mr. Matheny has not proposed any actions or ordinances that actually help the folks he spoke of in such a concerned tone about is the main correction that needs to be made. Meanwhile, Mayor Vaughn has not made a vow like Mr. Thaney's to help, so she doesn't appear to be such a hypocrite in proposing these ordinances.
Madam Mayor, can I say something in response? Madam. It's me.
Yes, I'm sorry.
I have to speak about this for just a second. You know, Zach has been on this council for a whole month. It's very difficult to accomplish anything in a month. You all are making excuse me, I'm speaking. You all are making assumptions that he has done absolutely nothing and that he's not proposed anything. Well, you know what? He has. And we are working on things. And I'm sorry we haven't made them happen in a month. But we have got to stop demonizing one another and start working together. Excuse me, I'm talking.
I'm sorry. No, we'll have to have you removed.
And quite frankly, Mr. Matheny has come to this council with options and with ideas. And if you will give us more than 4 weeks to.
Excuse me. Okay,
that would be great. And quite frankly, I can't sit here anymore and listen to him being demonized because he has worked. He is doing things. We are all doing things. And trust me, we all want it to happen just as fast as possible. And there are discussions happening every single day and we're working on it every single day. And the city manager has come to us with options. We are looking at lots of options, but I can't sit here and hear the entire public ripping apart one of my peers because I think he has come to this council in good faith and he's working with us and he's partnering with us to move the city forward. I'm sorry, Mayor, I had to interrupt and speak up.
Ms. Franco.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Sierra Franco. I'm an undergraduate student at North Carolina A&T State University. There's a lot of privileges that allow me to be here today in front of you guys, and there are some people who don't have those, so I want to amplify their voices while I have the chance. You guys know that these ordinances are a waste of resources, a waste of your effort, and they're really difficult to enforce, which means they're a waste of time too. They're useless. We can sum it up, they're useless. And they're useless unless your only goal is to target and punish the most vulnerable members of the city. Your efforts would be so much better used if you use them towards a real solution to the homelessness issue in the city, not criminalizing and, assigning misdemeanors and $50 fines. That means nothing. What means something is devising a solution. You guys all have big brains, you're all very intelligent people. So think of something that will put a stop to this issue once and for all. I want to remind you guys that you were all here because we elected you. We elected you to serve all citizens in Greensboro, not just the ones that you're the most familiar with and not just the ones that can line your pockets with donations. We need you to really, really serve and help the people of Greensboro. If you're not going to take care of the community, which I remind you, that's your responsibility, that's your job description. If you're not going to help the community that you're responsible for, then don't tell the people who are how they should do it. There are people out there, and he's heard from all of them, people who are meeting those needs that you guys aren't meeting. How do you tell them how they can and can't do that? They recognize incidentally in the communities every day, they see gaps that need to be filled. You guys sit here in city council and you talk and you meet and you propose this and that. And maybe you think you're making a difference, but I promise you it might not be as much of a difference as they are. I really want to implore you to reconsider enacting these ordinances because they really won't help solve the issue. They won't attack the root of this problem. I really, once again, really implore you guys to reconsider this. If you don't, me and my president team may have to reconsider our votes in the future. If you're not going to take care of the community that you're responsible for, then we're prepared to see a lot more of these groups. We're prepared to see a lot more of me, and to receive a lot less votes coming next election. Thank you.
I'm Dr. Catherine Bennett, and I reside in District 7 in a home that my partner and I own. By contrast, my father experienced houselessness and died as a result of untreated mental health issues almost 40 years ago, right here in Greensboro, on these streets. His story is not unique, sadly. City Council, you have the opportunity to vote on ordinances that, if passed, are going to make life even harder and more dehumanizing for people currently experiencing homelessness. Why, after all this time, this is a matter up for privileged people to debate confounds me. Today, I contribute to feeding our neighbors experiencing houselessness and food insecurity. Mr. Matheny, you said you need to educate us. Sir, I have a PhD and a heart, and I'd like to educate you. The people have each other. And that's it. The people have each other. City Council, I ask you to please oppose all these ordinances that criminalize people trying to survive in a city that views them as second-class citizens. People don't choose houselessness. More often than not, it is because of unforeseen circumstances that cost money people don't have. Addressing our neighbors' rights to housing, food, employment, and related insurance for healthcare, mental and physical, should be your priority. If you don't have a job, you can't have employer insurance, and if you get sick, those bills will bankrupt you. In 1990 or today, would you house and feed my father? Would you house and feed me? Or would you slap me with a $50 fine for leaving my favorite stuffed animal on a public sidewalk when I went to kindergarten and my unwell father tried unsuccessfully to find a job to house and feed us?
I'm gonna be honest, I could not hear a lot of what you said because of the mask. I just didn't want to interrupt you.
I would gladly take another 3 minutes and go again.
Well,
If you would
you
allow
don't
me.
have another few minutes, but if you have anything written or that you could send to me, I would appreciate it. I will read it.
Absolutely, Mayor Pro Tem. Thank you.
Thank you.
I don't know.
So our final speaker is Nora Ayeva.
Hi, how are
Thank
you?
you.
Good evening. Maybe I'm the last, but not the least. Okay, I have been in the meeting since 5 o'clock, waiting for my turn. And I have the honor and the privilege to serve breakfast Monday mornings with Miss Sharon Burgers, who spoke before me.
Let me start
speaking
Oh, I'm sorry, could you hold up for a moment?
Yes.
So if you would like to start over?
Okay. Yes, I'm Nora Ayala. I serve breakfast on Monday mornings with Miss Sharon Burgers and another ladies. We do out of goodwill, just it, the only good that doesn't need any type of justification. We don't belong to a church. We don't have a ministry. We are not a charitable thing. So everything comes out of our pockets and we don't have tax deductions of what we do. We do it because we wanted to do it. And tonight, I'm the last person to talk, and I'm going to appeal to a different perspective. I teach ethics. I have a master's in philosophy, and I will appeal to reason. Philosophically speaking, what makes us human beings is our dignity. Our dignity has three components: rationality, freedom, and autonomy. And I want to analyze the three components with you to see how much dignity our friends at the center park have. When we talk about rationality, that rationality is fully complete when we have 80% maybe of the people who suffer mental illness. We cannot expect them. So how much dignity can we get from the rationality? Freedom. What is the freedom? Maybe to choose in the morning if they want coffee with sugar or without sugar? What do you want, oatmeal or a corn casserole? Do they have the freedom to choose, well, tonight I turn on the air conditioning, or maybe tonight I open the window? No. An autonomy? Which kind of autonomy? What do they own? They own what they wear. Can they go places? No. If we decide that we are going to serve them in a different place, who's going to drive them to that place? So the three factors that give us dignity as human beings, they're incomplete in them. So what is our job when we go there? To restore some dignity, to give them choices. Do you want to talk today? Do you need a hug? Would you like to write a diary? Do you need a pen? Which kind of dignity can I restore to a man who comes and said, Nora, do you have underwears to give it to me today? And I said, no, for men, I have for women. He said, I don't care. I just need an underwear. So from the point of reason, without getting involved in emotions and all that.
Thank you.
I don't think my 3 minutes went by.
It did.
No, because you interrupt me and you ask me to start all over again.
Right, and we started the clock over.
Okay, well, let me appeal for something. I have been waiting for 4 hours to make a point. And my point is, can we work together to restore some dignity to these people? Instead of attacking each other, can we work together?
Thank you.
You are welcome.
Okay. That concludes our speakers from the floor. Now it's time for council comments. I know that Mayor Pro Tem wants to speak and Mary Kay. I'm going to ask that you give us the opportunity to express our comments without comments from the audience, or we will have you removed. I know that this is a very difficult topic, but I would like, we listened to you, and I'd like you to listen to us. Mayor Pro Tem?
I wanted to thank Frank. You can't go right now because you spoke to my heart. You spoke about what is in my heart, and I appreciate that. And Tammy, I'm with you. One of the things that really hurts me is when we throw jabs and little things at each other, even though we may not agree or we may not be on the same page. We've got to treat each other with dignity and hopefully with love. I think that this is just my idea. I think one of the ways that we should go about this, Madam Mayor, and you may not agree, it's okay, is we need a focus group made up of homeless, church members who feed the homeless, business people who are downtown, and there may be some others, but a focus group to really sit down and talk about solutions to what are, first of all, to express what people see as problems, and then talk about solutions if we have a buy-in on the problems. I would like to move that we do that and that we table this, and that because we don't need to continue to do this to each other. It is not healing, it is not productive, and it doesn't turn out in results that are good for both people, like mediation. Sometimes you may not get everything you want, but you get some of what you want. The other person gets some of what they want. That's what I'd like to see done. So I move that we table these resolutions. Second. And have some discussion with each other and a focus group on it.
So I do want to say, I know Dr. Wells had suggested a task force a couple weeks ago, and Mrs. Hightower and Mr. Matheny and I are on a task force with the county, and Commissioner Alston is putting together a larger group, which includes those from our unsheltered population. We have city staff on it. We are inviting service providers. It is a very all-inclusive.
Homeless on it.
It is a very inclusive task force that will tackle all of these issues. I do want to say, I won't support tabling these items because we've been talking about this for years.
And I understand that. I have respect for what you're saying, but it's been moved in second.
I do. And I'm explaining why I won't vote for it, why I won't support that, because we've been having these issues, and there are actually larger issues that we need to talk about. I hope that we'll have the opportunity to say why it was necessary to bring these issues forward. But if you recall, years ago, this council chambers was full when we talked about issues and panhandling, and we actually stepped back on some of those ordinances. And quite frankly, there hasn't been any noticeable change. If anything, what's happened not only to downtown, as we said earlier, but elsewhere throughout the city has gotten worse. And this is a public safety issue to people, not only in the homeless community, but to other people who frequent places, again, not only in downtown, but throughout our city. And quite frankly, it has only gotten worse. And we've tried to work with providers to see what it is we can do. We did just pass an affordable housing bond, which will be implemented. We've spent significant amount of money on housing. People talk about housing first. That is what we do. We do housing first and rapid recovery. That isn't something that is new here to the city. What we need is more bricks and mortar. We need more units. And that is one thing that we have spent our ARP funding on, a significant amount of money to bring more units online and to rehab existing units. That is not what I have to say, but it is in response There is a motion and a second to table these. I don't know if somebody wants to speak to the tabling at this point.
What I didn't hear, Mayor Vaughn, when you were talking about these groups, and I know about some of them, whether or not they're inclusive. And that is what I would like to see happen, a much more inclusive group with a facilitator, because I think that what that will do is nobody is in a one-up position. So that's my thinking.
Well, and the chair has talked about bringing a facilitator in as we get this group together, and it is going to be a broad-based group. And there will probably have to be subgroups, because by the time we wrote down how many people were on this task force, it got huge,
Got
quite
rather
frankly.
large.
And so the idea is that it would go into subgroups that would meet every other week, and then the task force would meet once a month. So it will be inclusive. That is why we've got so many different organizations to be a part of that. Dr. Wells?
So
Oh, I'm sorry. Ms. Abuz-Waiter, did you want to, because she.
No, I didn't want to speak specifically about tabling or not tabling. I just had
So this is
comments.
just
So
about tabling.
Well, this is about tabling. I agree with Mayor Pro Tem. I sat here and I listened. And I also, with what I believe and what I know about scripture, that we are to feed the hungry, we're to clothe the naked, and we are to shelter. Until we can come up with some solutions for these problems. We hear the people, and I know you get out of hand because you say things about people, and it's not good. We shouldn't bash anyone. You don't realize how this job is. We have to make decisions, and we do what we can do. And I see Tammy got really upset because we do work together and we work hard to try to come up with solutions. But at this time, because we do not have real solutions, and I know, Mayor, we worked on this before, but as I said before, the Lord changed his mind. There are things we can change our minds about. And at this point, when people are coming to us and they are the citizens of Greensboro, and we love all of the citizens, but we should not, the ones that are not able to support themselves. And I know they cause problems, but you say the problem has gotten worse. It's gotten worse because we never found a solution in the first place. But we need, and even though he comes up here hollering, I think he had to leave because he talks out of school, not loud and all that. But he had thought about some things that maybe we could do. So I'm in favor of tabling until we can work at it a little bit better, because I think it would cause more of a problem for those who are homeless and more of a problem for us if we just push through what we're able to do, but it wouldn't be the right thing to do.
Regarding tabling. So Mary Kay, Sharon Hugh.
just very briefly, I said I wasn't going to speak on the tabling, but I do think something is important to bring forth here. In reading the ordinances line by line, and Mr. City Manager, Mr. City Attorney, I saw nothing in there that says we cannot and others cannot feed the homeless. Am I correct?
You're correct. There's nothing.
There is nothing in these ordinances that says people cannot feed the homeless or clothe the homeless. So I wanted to make that point. I do have some comments I would like to make further, but there is absolutely nothing saying that those things cannot continue. Thank you. I
Sharon?
was speaking.
Yeah.
I
I'm sorry,
was speaking.
You'll have to leave.
If you read the ordinance line by line, there is absolutely nothing saying that the homeless cannot be fed, period.
Mrs. Hightower?
Thank you very much, Mayor. So in speaking to tabling, it goes back to what Frank said. I think we need to be a little bit more considerate of what we're doing here with these ordinances. It's not about the feeding for me, but it's about the criminalization of when people leave their stuff. For them, their stuff is their home. It's just like when we go home to our stuff. Their stuff is their home. And so leaving the last work session, we've not talked about this any further. You know, we haven't closed the loop on, okay, what does the enforcement piece look like? If somebody leaves their stuff in the doorway, I understand the public safety piece and that the businesses don't need to be impeded, and I get that. We want them to do business and do it well and be safe in their doing it. Nevertheless, what does that enforcement look like? What is the solution to that? Do we take their stuff and then move it to a place where they can find it to be housed, to be, I just think we haven't closed the loop on this. And I think it's very concerning to me that we've jumped through this. And Tammy, I'm sorry, I'm going to disagree in some respects of the word. But the bottom line is, Zach has been back 3 months. We jumped through hoops for this. And there are ordinances that I have been pushing that have not moved for well over a year. And so I think, to me, that's problematic because that's not right either. We ought to look at, you talk about fairness and equity. I get that he's passionate about solving some things downtown. I'm passionate about solving some things in District 1. They haven't moved. So I just think, well, as we do this, to me, haste makes waste. And I think we're moving very quickly through this. And I'm all for finding a resolution. I don't see the agencies that do this homeless work at the table. We ought to come together with the people who are feeding and the people who are doing the work and the mental health workers and even our BHeart team and all of those to say, okay, we need a solution if things are impeding a doorway. Don't just, as you move it to the side, okay, they're making sure that people still have access to get in their stuff. Because if you need your insulin, and I'm a diabetic, so I know I take insulin twice a day. You need that medication and not cheap. That's why Representative Manning is now trying to get insulin cheaper for everybody. So you got to think about those things. I just think we ought to just take our time. It's not saying we can't come to a resolution, but to jump through the hoops, the way this has jumped through the hoops, I'm very disturbed by it. And I asked the question at the work session, what do you do? I didn't want to see it be a criminal issue. Well, it came back to me, that's all it could be. But I asked the question, could it not be something civil? Well, civil's not the way that it would be enforced. But if we criminalize it, what are we gonna do? We're putting them in jail? Is it a mental health person that needs some mental health resources? That he's doing things he ain't got no business? That needs to be addressed. We're putting money in these mental health teams, and we need to put some more money there. We need to get some of these agencies downtown to be working with this and working with Zach and all DGI downtown to solve some of this. Yeah, we're having a task force and it grew this big because as we started saying, who do we need at the table? We started saying Cone Health, saying Heals, needed to be at the table. You know, all of those agencies needed to be at the table. And I will confess, we didn't say faith, and I think we do need faith at the table. I really do. So I'm off of tabling this to give us just a little bit more time to work through this. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This is a complex topic. This is not just impacting us, but it's impacting many across this state and nation. And I get it. I get the need for the ordinances, so to speak, for the public safety aspect of it, for the cleanliness of it. And I'll be very honest, coming into tonight's conversation, into this meeting tonight, there were some that I was more in favor of than others. But it does seem to me that in a sense that we're talking about symptoms and not causes. We're not looking at the solutions. And I know in the previous council meeting, there were some ordinances that came up, and it kind of felt like, I think I said then that we're talking about some unfunded ordinances, things that in a sense make sense, but it's hard to actually enforce, hard to put into place. And I don't want to do unfulfilled ordinances. The intent is there. The heart is in the right place. I don't know that right now is the time that I would want to move forward with them. There's an old saying about measuring twice and cutting once. And it was something that one of the participants said, it might have been the young lady from NCA&T, saying, no, this is our job. This is the hard part. We have to make the sausage, and it's not easy. And in a sense, sometimes ordinances can be easy. And unless we address these topics at their core, we're always going to have these symptoms that crop up. And if we keep throwing ordinances at them, it's going to mask, I think, the real issue. It's encouraging that we have the task force coming along with several members of council and the county commissioners.
And High Point.
And High Point, exactly. And I know as council members, we know that we've recently received information from our city manager regarding some options that we haven't talked about, obviously. And those are going to the core of the causes of the solutions. And I'm in favor of tabling this, all three ordinances, not for the purpose that I'm going to, I would change one way or the other, but just to get more of the conversation in from more of the community. We heard a lot tonight from our citizens, and a lot of it did move me. It moved me to think that maybe we haven't measured twice yet. Maybe we've measured once, we can get it right, measure it twice, and then come back and make the solution that is incumbent upon us as the fiduciary responsibility and the good stewards and the public servants that we are. So in that case, I will be voting to table all three ordinances.
Mrs. Hoffman, and then.
We've discussed these in detail, I think, at the work session and in various ways, even before that work session. I think these ordinances are a starting point, and they're really constructed around safety and security for our citizens. And it's not just downtown, but as the mayor has certainly said, other areas of the city. This doesn't solve the big problem that we've got to continue to deal with. And so we can form whatever group, an additional group that you want, and invite representation from various segments. So this doesn't stop that, and it's not the end of what we need to do. It's maybe just a beginning in a way, and really built around safety and security. So I see no reason not to go forward with this. You know, it's not helpful to have speakers come and vilify any member of council and to personalize what they have to say. That's really just not useful. And to make comments regarding their family and their personal situations, I don't find that useful at all. It's very inappropriate. I think this is a starting place. It's not the end.
So we have a motion to table from Mrs. Johnson, seconded by Mrs. Hightower. Do we take a recorded vote or a voice vote?
Yes,
Recorded.
is to table.
So yes is to table. Yes is to table.
Councilmember Hightower.
Okay.
Yes is to table.
Okay.
And that fails on a vote 4-5. So the ordinances, we have I.3, which is the first ordinance. You know, I do want to say that these ordinances, and Mrs. Hightower, these have been brought up at the task force meeting that we had with the county and High Point. And this is actually something that we had discussed going back a few months before Mr. Matheny was on count. So they were before he was on council that we were working on these things, and we said that we were going to work with the county and High Point, and actually the reason why we changed that amplified noise from 50 to 30 was to be in aligned with the city of High Point. You know, I would say that the speakers really were very passionate and spoke about issues that are very important in our city. But we also have an issue with public safety, and it has been escalating. We have heard from people throughout the city who have had issues. And we have to do something. We can't just keep kicking the can down the road. As I said, these have nothing to do with the feeding people in the parks. You know, one thing that a service provider said in one of our very first meetings that we had probably a year ago was that nothing's going to change if something doesn't change. And that it was that we were going to have to look at different ways of doing things. And a lot of these ordinances were talked about when we talked about panhandling, and we didn't go with the 36 inches, which actually is an ADA requirement, that there be a 36-inch path. And we have found people who are not only sleeping in doorways, but leading their belongings in doorways, and it is impeding business. We have people who are putting other people to work so that they won't be homeless, that they can have their own lives. But we are putting some of those businesses in jeopardy. We have heard from business owners. We've heard from business owners, West Wendover, things that have happened, very big public safety issues that this would help us address. And we do know from downtown, because there is a critical mass of people, issues that have happened throughout this past year, and we have to do something about it. We owe it to the public, not only just to people who are living unsheltered, but we owe it to the people who are downtown, who are in West Wendover, who are out at JJ Drive, who should have the enjoyment of our city, but that is being impacted by actions of others. And this is just one tool that we have. It is not going to fix everything. We know that that is a larger discussion. But we have to do something. Nothing's going to change if we don't start.
And Madam Mayor, you mentioned my name. So since you kind of mentioned my name, yes, we were in that meeting and we talked about, but we briefly talked about, we never went in to it. It was brought up, but we never discussed it. And High Point said what they do is they write tickets and they enforce. But they couldn't tell us how successful it was or wasn't, because they said they don't really have a downtown. So it really wasn't even an example of anything. And so my concern is that we have not really discussed how we're going to resolve the issue. Not saying it's not a safety issue, but at the same time, we don't have the agencies at the table. And that was one of the things we said we were going to do, is just have a discussion with those agencies around this ordinance. And when I spoke to Ms. Sims on Saturday of welfare reform, she had not seen it because I called her and I said, do you know about it? And she works with welfare reform liaison, and she said no. So I sent it to her, and she said, well, it would have been nice if we could have had some input. So that's what I'm saying. We have not closed the loop on it. And that's the concern for me, and why I'm not at a point where I can support putting it into an ordinance. I think there are things we can still do in the meantime, in the interim, addressing some of that, moving the stuff out of the way. But we got to make sure when we do, where does it land when we move it out the way? If you remember a few months ago in a candidate forum, the question was asked, how could we make downtown more friendly? And my answer was create a space for the homeless to take their stuff, to be able to pick up resources so that they could kind of get it off the street. And so the lady from Volvo reached out to me to do some of just that. So there are some solutions and recognizing that. But I think we're just right here, we're throwing a Band-Aid. And what I'm afraid is when we throw the Band-Aid, that's all that's going to be thrown. We're not going to come back and do anything beyond this.
I think, Madam Mayor, I think we usually agree on most
We
things.
do.
But I think to do something has a lot of different ways. There are a lot of different ways of doing something. I don't want to kick no can. I don't like that anyway. I don't like the bird thing either. But anyway, it's not kicking a can. It's another way to try to come to a wholesome decision that people on both sides buy into. And I understand what you're saying about safety. I agree. I understand about protecting people. I agree. But what I experienced was such a tension and such a hatred. And I just like to see that resolved. I would like, and that's what I meant, not to try to kick anything or not do something, but to do something wherein the decision will lead to a better Greensboro and a better human reaction between these us and I guess them, because that's what it was tonight. I mean, and I agree with you, Tammy. I was with you 100%. I hate that kind of stuff. It's just so counterproductive, and it doesn't ever turn out to be, well, the jabbing at people. I don't like that. But I wanted you to understand that that was a way to do something as well.
Dr. Wells?
And when you say we don't want to keep kicking the can down the road, then it seemed as if we felt it looks like we have to do something. I think a compromise, and then to use the examples of the business people are complaining. And what they were saying is that there's such a divide that we separate the haves from the have-nots. And we don't really want to do that. And the only way we can do that is to show that we have compassion on both sides. It wasn't that the ordinance was going to just disappear. what Mayor Pro Tem offered was a way for us to get a breather and to talk about it before we just went forward. Now, to the people who came before us and made their comments, they're going home tonight saying the council is not concerned about the homeless, and that's not the truth. But it would appear that it's the truth because we heard them, but we didn't hear them. They were giving their thoughts and they were sincere because they go through it. They're people who have never experienced anything like that. And we have. I've never been homeless, but I can imagine when you don't have anything, don't have any place to go, don't know where you're going to get your food, don't know, we just get in our car, go here, there, whatever we want to do. But we've got to have a heart to listen to those that are in that situation. And that's all that would have done. And Ms. Matheny, they, really throwing it on you tonight, saying
I can't wait to have my turn.
Yeah.
If everybody can go around and we can be respectful of other council members' time. So I'm ready.
Yeah. So, but I just felt that would have been a better way for us to deal with it. Just because we do need to give some answers. Homelessness, they say, and we know, is to give people homes. So we need to start some way that we're going to put some people in some houses that they see. We have these agencies that are supposed to build houses and they're building them like 1, 2 at a time. But we need to have some place for people to go. And that's what we're going to have to do. That's the only way we're going to have the homeless population know that we are concerned about their situation, is when we do something. And that's what we need to stop kicking down the road. We need to do it.
Thank you. No, Zach's been waiting.
Thank you. Just a couple of things. And I really hate so many people left before they heard this. And the misconception that we don't care is so wrong. In fact, Mr. Matheny has been one of the ones pushing to get information on the Regency, to try to house the homeless, the one-stop shop. He's been pushing for things to assist the homeless. I want to make it very, very clear. These ordinances have been on the books. And correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. City Attorney, but these ordinances have been on the books. These are just some minor revisions that are being made because of some things that have transpired, needed attending to. And I agree 100% with Mrs. Thurm. Attacking a council member who has been working hard on things like this to make everyone in Greensboro feel welcome downtown. Everyone. There is nothing about not feeding people. There is nothing about not addressing their spiritual needs. And I truly appreciate what Mr. Mickens said about not attacking people. That is the wrong way to go about this. And it seems to be the same people every time attacking the same council members every time. That's not a solution. Mr. Mickens was right on. This is something that we all need to come together with. And to do personal attacks on anyone certainly doesn't bode well at all. And I think people are realizing that. Just because he's the new council member and just because he happens to be passionate about downtown We have many of the same problems that are in these ordinances on Battleground, on Wendover, Wendover West, Wendover East, Market Street, East Market Street, West Market Street. Why is this being touted as only Mr. Mathane's issues? We all get these issues every day, whether it's District 1, 2, 3, 4, or 5. It is not only about downtown. And I do hope somebody will print all that. Because this is not something he brought up in 1 month. We've been talking about this for years. We have been talking about this for years. These ordinances have been on the books for years. These are only revisions to the ordinances. One is about injurious objects, people throwing things at people. You don't want us to take care of that? That's a public safety issue. Think about it. We can't control what people do when they hurt other people. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. So long story short, I'll say it one last time. These ordinances have been on the books for years. We had a work session concerning revisions to these ordinances. We've had plenty of time to deal with working on these ordinances. Mr. Matheny is not responsible for any of these revisions. These revisions have come from discussions from constituents in the community from every single district. So I think I've had my say. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This has been an interesting night. I find it very interesting to Mary Kay's point, and I've got sworn in, I think it was August 15th. And somehow I became the poster child for writing these ordinances. Mr. Attorney, did I conference with you at all on these ordinances?
No, sir.
I didn't write any of this. So thank y'all for giving me some weird power to get something done that fast. I will tell you that there is some poor writing out there for sure. And there's some miscommunication. What I heard, Mr. Murray, I know what you do. And I know that 10 years ago, there were issues with trash, but y'all fixed that. Y'all aren't the only people, and the church isn't the only people. And like the 3 churches that came and spoke aren't the only people that feed folks in the park. There are people that drive up in a car and just open their trunk. So I get what you're saying, but sir, I'm speaking. Madam Mayor, she left.
Yeah, please wait, just don't interrupt him, please. No, the speaking's over.
Everybody else has had to leave. That spoke up.
I'm saying, no, he cannot speak. Go
So
ahead.
anyway, so a lot of that confusion is out there, and that's very unfortunate. Regarding, somebody mentioned the walk that we had at Center City Park. It was very good because Miss Sims from Welfare Liaison, who is the head of the continuum of care that oversees the advocacy groups, showed up with some of her team. And so walking and talking with her and Sherry Neal from Guilford County. So it's not a Zach Matheny thing. It's the city that y'all been talking about this stuff for years. It's the county that we're working with cohesively. And it's also High Points at the table. So, that's great. If somebody mentioned if it was your brother, your sister, your mother, or your father, would you do the same? The answer is yes. And the reason why that is why it gets me is I do come downtown every day. And I see the same people every day living unsheltered. And if we as a community think that that's okay, we are failing. When I hear folks say, I have fed the same person for 10 years. I had a young man tell me today, I have fed the same person for 20 years. we're failing. It's not just about food. We can kick the can down the road, but it's time to make some decisions. Rights, one person's right if they're unsheltered versus another person's right that just happens to be there. Whose rights weigh out more? Everybody should be equal. Everybody should have rights. Trash, my only goal, that's probably, besides the comment bringing up my wife, trash being my only goal is one of the dumbest things I've ever heard. But whatever, that's, people's thing. Randleman Road has more trash on it than anything that I've seen, and it's unfortunate, and I hope we get that taken care of. That's in East Greensboro, and I care about it because it's the gateway in our city.
That's true. You're right too about that.
Deserving fair treatment and respect. Doesn't that mean everybody? Is it just the unsheltered population that deserves fair treatment and respect? No. Do they deserve fair treatment and respect? Yes. But so does everybody else. Forcing the comment about forcing the homeless into the wilderness and die. Ladies and gentlemen, folks, they're dying on the street. I sent a picture to Trey Davis last week, a lady at 8:05 in the morning. We had EMS and fire there wheeling her out of Center City Park. By letting folks just live like this is not their answer. Enjoying everywhere, campus approach, focus groups. Sure, we can do all of that. But Mr. Manager, here's my recommendation. This is my ask specifically. We, the city, bought the Regency Hotel last year at some point. And I don't understand the partnership there with Partnership Homes. I don't understand how we loaned them the money, but they're not out of it. And the city, and I know this is well before your time, but when I look at that project, we bought a piece of property. We housed people in the winter shelter. George, who came and spoke tonight, was in the winter shelter. We had wraparound services. It is the epitome of what the city should be doing. Yet when we bought that building, we didn't have the plan when the folks move out. So they move out, and that building has been sitting empty since April. That is a problem. The city, I know this is before your time, so I am not coming down on you at all, but the city should have, at that time when we bought that building, had our own money, that when those folks move out, we begin construction, people would be living in there right now. We could knock about 64 to 100 people off the streets and into a home with wraparound services. So, Mr. Manager, now that you've dove into that a little bit, I respectfully request, and hopefully council will support, that you come back to us in our next meeting in 2 weeks with a plan to get the Regency Hotel up and going and get people off the streets and into the hotel. So for the folks that were saying earlier that I don't do anything and I don't care, the fact that we have a hotel that the city owns, and I have always said in 10 years, we're not good landlords. We got a building that we bought to house people. Let's house. Go ahead, Mr. Manager.
Unless Chris corrects me here, we didn't buy it, right? We did commit $3 million towards it, and then we still have some gap funding that we need to make it a reality.
Well, and I know the county neglected their partnership on the ARP funds, my understanding. But regardless, again, at first, we should have bought the building and had a plan for the winter shelter. And the next day, when they move out, we began with our own money because we have control. We basically gave money to Partnership Homes. I don't know if we're still paying them a management fee. I would like to know that. What the relationship with Partnership Homes is, and are they defaulting on their loan? Like, what is going on? And then ultimately, let's house folks in the place that we invested in. That's one. The second thing, and we mentioned in the task force with Chairman Alston, is when I say hold accountable, I'm talking about holding accountable the groups that are in the COC, because some of them are doing really great work. Some of them aren't using the HMIS system the way they should. So it's harder to track individuals that are unsheltered or in need of help. And so working to do some of that, some of those things. And we talked about that in the last meeting. And I will continue. And I don't care how many shots I take. I want to help the folks get the help that they need. And it varies. I see it every day. But it saddens me that I see the same people walking up and down the street with nothing. And the fact that I see them every day, and you've got folks that are saying they help, like, what can we do? And I think the city, Regency Hotels, first quick answer. And then I told Michelle Kennedy this, if we want more housing, I'm not going to support buying any more housing when we've got the hotel that is sitting empty. So if y'all want to continue with housing, if we just got a housing bond passed, let's put the housing we own to work. I will stop there. I appreciate my fellow council members having my back. It means a lot to me. I will tell you, I'm not as shaken as one might think, because I know in my heart that what I am wanting to do for this community is the right thing to do. And when you feel that way, how I sleep at night is good, because I want to help folks, and the Regency is the first place. Thank you very much.
So, Mr. City Attorney, or Chris, when we put that $3 million into the Regency, we don't own it. Because that was my question at the time that we did it. If you don't own it, you don't control it. So we never owned it. We don't own it now.
We don't own it, but it
It
doesn't.
was supposed to be that we purchased it, but that Partnership Homes developed it for permanent supportive housing. And that has never happened. So how do we get back to owning it? Because we don't own it.
So, I mean, in
And that was
response,
my understanding.
response to Councilmember Matheni's ask, yes, we do not own it, but we can come back with a plan. Both temporary and then ultimately permanent supportive housing, which is really the intent of Regency. So we can do that. We can come up with a plan, but we definitely do not own it now. But that doesn't
Visual
stop us.
speaker on.
We do not own it, but we can come back with a plan.
Okay.
That could include temporary and long-term housing.
Because we've been sitting on it for 3 years. So it'll have to be another shelter.
It's good too, though.
Is it 2, 3? I-
A little over a year.
It-
This will be our second.
Right. The first time it was supposed to be winter shelter, but the second time it should have been ready by now for permanent supportive housing. It should have already been ready. So, and I've recently heard that there was another developer that was supposed to be doing it. Don't know where that one fell through the crack.
Oh, what the wind.
And I just want to say, staff has been working really hard on trying to seek out other ways to house those who are experiencing homelessness. I know that our city manager just sent us some information on some I hate to call them pop-up shelters, but they kind of are. I mean, they're more secure than tents. And so there's this misconception out there that we are not working on all of this, but we actually are. And people are getting ideas from all over the country and what they are doing to help house those who are experiencing homelessness. So I want to thank you, Mr. City Manager, for sending that to us, because it does keep our brain moving into what ways can we help? What can we do? We know some of this is going to cost money. We're all have confirmed that we are interested in helping solve this problem. So that's just why I hate to see meetings go the way this did with speakers coming at not only certain council members, but the whole council. Like, we don't care. We really do care. We do. I think every single person up here cares, and it's on our minds almost all the time.
That's for item 1.3. Use the motion. Is there a second? Second. Seconded by Mr. Stern. So, this is, 5.3.
Madam Mayor, could you check your mic and see if it's on, please? Thank you. We just couldn't hear you.
Yeah. Council, please vote. Well, just objects now. The injurious is,
It wins 5-4.
and that passes 5-4. So I do want to say, the end of this talks about car removal. And I'm assuming it's tow trucks to make sure that they pick up all the debris after a car accident. And, it's pretty common for us to see debris after an accident throughout the town, city. I want to make sure that the tow truck companies know about this, because they're getting paid, and they're getting paid either by the city of Greensboro or the insurance company or somebody. They need to get all the stuff off the street because it can be very dangerous when a fender is left behind. The next one is I.4. Moved by Mr. Matheny, seconded by Mrs. Thurm. Council, please vote. This one is keeping sidewalks clear, the 36-inch, and not to block doorways. And that passes 6-3. And then item I.5 is the amplified noise. Moved by Mrs. Thurm. Seconded by Mrs. Hoffman.
Madam Mayor, on that one, that's the one I spoke about earlier?
That is using amplified sound.
Right, the clarified language in that one. To make sure that that does not impact those who may be at a protest, permitted protest or a rally.
So would you like to make a friendly amendment to that?
Yes, I would
If
prefer
you do, I can vote for that.
to do that.
Permitted.
It says permitted protests and rallies.
Yes.
Right. Yes, okay.
Do we have to vote on a friendly amendment or?
Yeah, you have.
So.
Yes.
She accepted it, so it's fine.
Yes, ma'am, you would still vote
Right.
as amended. It would be adopted as amended.
Okay. So Sharon made the friendly amendment. Mrs. Thurm accepted it. We'll do a roll call vote. Mrs. Hoffman? Mrs. Thurm?
Yes.
Dr. Wells?
Yes.
Mayor Pro
Yes.
Tem? Yes. Ms. Abuzawader?
Yes.
Mr. Matheny? Mr. Holston?
Yes.
And Mrs. Hightower?
Yes.
So the friendly amendment passes 9-0. Now, do we have a motion as amended? Mrs. Thurm? Seconded by Ms. Abuzawader. Council, please vote.
What are we voting on there?
This is amplified noise.
With the amendment, I thought,
So we passed the amendment.
and so
this
that
is-
will be a part of it.
this-
Okay.
Yes. And that passes 9-0.
Thank you. Good amendment.
Yes, good amendment. All right, so that is the end of our agenda. we have time for board appointments, border commission. Anybody, border commission? I have one question for the city attorney, and if you would look into this. I don't know if there was an ordinance or something that was passed when somebody is removed from a meeting that they can't attend a certain number of meetings after that. Would you check to see if that was ever passed?
Will do.
And if it wasn't, I think that that is something that we need to look at, whether it is 60 days or 30, 60 or 90 days after the removal. If you would look into that and get back to us for our next meeting.
Will do.
Thank you. Any pressing comments?
I have a present, have one.
Tammy has a pressing comment.
I have two pressing comments. Number one, just want to remind everybody that PB voting is open. We've got a good start, but there's more to go. It's open until October 15th, and you can go to pbgreensboro.com on that. My only other comment is for our work session on homelessness and housing that's coming up, that was already on the schedule. I'd like to see a hard proposal from the city manager on the pallet homes and perhaps putting those pallet homes on the Regency property for right now for winter shelter so that we can expand winter shelter at the hotel. And then possibly then moving them next spring to someplace that might be, another alternative. But for right now, that could double, in theory, our winter shelter for this coming winter and provide some much needed places for people to get off.
And if I could just add to that, as a part of that plan to make sure that it includes all aspects of the city, not just in one concentrated area.
When you're looking for, Tammy's suggesting that we put the shelters at the Regency. I'd like for them to look for some other places.
I'm
because,
fine with that.
Because if you put them there, then have to remove them, that's another expense. So we need to find some place where they can be built or erected or it's all. So I just think we should find some place for it, but I want the manager to look into it. I thought that was a good idea.
Whatever the fast solution
Fastest
is.
way. And they said they can
Especially
deliver
for
in 6
winter.
weeks.
I do have one quick comment. I don't know if it's appropriate to say Happy Yom Kippur or how you recognize. I know it's the Day of Atonement. So I'm not sure exactly how to, I'm wishing you an easy fast. But I do want to say that that brought up an issue because we changed our council meeting because of Yom Kippur. And then we had a department who scheduled an item for Tuesday, which would have been when our Jewish friends couldn't attend it. On Wednesday, which is also Yom Kippur, we have Med Week, and that's the luncheon. I think that as a city, we have to do better recognizing cultural significant dates. And I would like to see a calendar brought to us within the next 30 days where it will block off days that we aren't going to have city events. We know obvious ones, Christmas and Easter, but we need to recognize our religions and our cultural events and not have meetings or events scheduled on those days. And I'd like to see that calendar within the next 30 days.
And I'd like to add that request was also made last year.
So.
Yes, Madam Mayor, if I can just piggyback on that. I know that the Human Rights Department and Mr. Ivan Cutler had actually agreed to, I believe, take the top 5 religions that are in Greensboro and do a calendar to show the days, the religious holidays and those that need to be considered. So I think it's being worked on, but I don't know how far along it is. I know it's being worked on.
Obviously, it's not very far because it was the Human Rights Department that So, yeah, so if we could have that within 30 days, that would be helpful. Any other comments?
Yes.
Oh,
Concerned
Mayor
citizens
Pro
of
Tem?
Northeast Greensboro will be meeting on
I'm
Thursday.
getting up and going home. I'm
7
pissed.
o'clock.
Mayor Pro Tem.
I just wanted to let you know, if you don't know, that Triad Stage is doing a production of the story of Bennett women in the civil rights movement. I was on the panel last Sunday. They expected 30 people. Hugh and I were there representing the council, but they had over 100. So it's the lady that's is she writing it? I think she's at both A&T and Bennett, which is an interesting thing for her to be. But I invite you to go. I think it will be a great play.
And one other.
Donna,
important thing,
it's Donna Bradby who's directing.
And the clerk had asked for a meeting time when we could all go over the computer, and it's obvious that we don't know how to use it to its maximum. We need to have that meeting. So if we could make sure that happens. All right, move to adjourn. Oh, I guess I made it.
How do you move to adjourn and don't call on me? Excuse me, what the hell?
Do you have an important?
What, I'm seriously,
So if
I'm serious. Do you know, I was waiting on, well, somebody kept saying, oh, I got something else to say. Oh, I got something else.
that's why we need to have this computer working so you can.
Yeah, because, no, that was inappropriate, improper, and rude. I'm gonna tell you that right now. So I would like to say goodbye to Chris Rivera, who is leaving us on Friday, October the 7th. That's his last day at the city of Greensboro, who's the director of our workforce development. And I was going to bring up midweek, which is October 5th, which will be 9 to 2.
Yeah.
Thank you. You can go home now, everybody.
Thank you.
Hurry.
All in favor, say aye. Opposed? All right, that moves by